my son create an email address, and I was like, no. This is not right. Okay, so there's a gentleman over here. Any other person? I'm supposed to take 5 people before I do what came out yesterday. So over to you, sir. Your name?
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Felix Mukisa, and I'm head IT at Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. Yesterday, I learned a lot of lessons, but I'll just put out 3 of them. The first was emphasizing collaboration. Our organizations, we lead a silo in nature. So yesterday's every speaker was emphasizing building collaboration before actually a cyber act actually happens, because usually we wait caps to break, then you want who to speak into maybe your supply chain. Emphasize something very good for IT leaders. We are known to speak, the sky is falling whenever we're asking for budgets for cybersecurity. And this gentleman said, instead of, presenting that I want to buy a padlock of 1 million when the asset you're protecting is actually 20, maybe 100 shillings, present your cybersecurity budget in terms of risk-based, show the benefits, indicate how this is going to pipeline into benefiting the organization by drawing around KPIs that are measurable at the end of the day. Then third, which will be my last, is trust. You never want to
engineering, where I had emphasis on awareness, which has been going on for a while, but it's not efficient enough to curb the cyber threats that are available. So my question that I had for them yesterday was, are there any other measures they could put alongside awareness or sensitization of users? Because most of the time in banks, we find there are insider threats that are happening all over. But are there in-house or at the bank premises, are there any measures that are being put to control? Because if you put on sensitization, people are always going to make a mistake. And this sensitization, some people even neglect it. And I think the investment is much put this side. So you find that, are there any measures that banks are putting up to see how these measures can be curbed? Or are there any drills that are being made to simulate how these attacks can be curbed in real time?
Thank you. Thank you for that. Final one here.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Peter. I have a colleague of mine here, we work together, Timothy, he's our head CTO. Directly, I want to thank the yesterday's panelists. First, Madame Christine, with the good presentation, the director of forensics, and the representative from NITA. Based on the other presentation they guided us with, it was quite very good, and the guidance was very clear as to the main reason as why we are here for this very cybersecurity conference. As to break it down, they were very clear about the key challenges that as a country, and actually as a nation, that we are actually facing. The whole issue has been on the endpoint devices. That's why I want to draw the whole attention on the presentation they put forward to us. When you get back there, it was all about the attacks, it was all about the ransom, it was all about the SOP, the child online protection, it was all about the vulnerabilities. And in addition to that, the key point was on the finance, was on the social media platforms, and sort of. And when you're to be very clear, you can look at everything that they were drawing on per their presentation, their sister presentations. and they are all ending up at the endpoint devices. Because I believe that the whole idea is about me having this very smartphone, however much at the side of an ISP, at the side of a telecom, at the side of a banking sector, as we spoke about the collaboration, as we spoke about the infrastructure setup, but at the end of the day, this is the main guy that we need to focus on. That's why I'm saying I want to thank them for that key presentation. And here I would actually ask the more presenters who are coming, what they address to us should be on whatever infrastructure we are designing, whatever collaboration we are putting in place. How are we in position to stop the ransom, to stop the attacks, to stop the vulnerability? And as a country, as UCC, which is the main, I don't know for lack of a better word, okay? Is there something that we can actually do so that we can have people converge into being in this same specular position that if someone is having this phone and there is a ransom into the country, can we monitor that? Okay. As you understand, when you go deep into the network, some of them spoke about the DDoS. The DDoS happened at the DNS level. As a country, can we maybe implement the CDNs? Can we look at the IPT traffic of all the ISPs and the telecom guys so that we can bring the Google servers into the country? That's all that I want to submit. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. I can not guarantee that the presentations will speak to exactly what you want them to speak about, but for next year, that can be considered. Because you've already given the topics for today, so really, for me to tell the speakers, make sure that your presentation addresses this, I can't guarantee that. But your comment and feedback were received. So, I think hearing from the five, I can attest to the fact that the three pillars that stood out yesterday, what we're able to capture from the rapporteuring team, three things. Collaboration was very critical. That if we're going to achieve what we want to achieve, we must collaborate. And intergovernment agencies, but also at private sector. And that means that we need to have environments that enable us to be able to share critical, because otherwise we are, when you're weak, when you're a weak link, then the entire chain is what? It's weak. If you have a weak link in a chain, then the entire thing breaks. The other thing was about resilience. That the people that you're attempting to protect yourself against are also not taking a holiday. And so to the nice gentleman from Isbat, some of the questions you are asking is also something I'd like to throw back to you from our research, innovation. If you're academia here, how do we demonstrate that we are at the forefront? How do we demonstrate that we are at the forefront? What kind of research are we investing in as a country? And how does that research then come back to influence the way what is practiced by the different agencies or different entities? Digital infrastructure is only good if it demonstrates and delivers trust. If it doesn't deliver trust, the reason why entities like Amazon keep delivering and growing is because they have demonstrated trust. And we have seen some of the entities that have tried to set up a look-alike like Amazon have struggled from a simple, basic principle of trust. Because when I order something and I get something else, when the photo that you have on your WhatsApp status, and I say, I want this, and you're like, it is what you will get, and when it arrives, it is not even close to the look-alike. When I go to a restaurant and the photo in the menu, totally different from what is served, and you ask what happened, they tell you the season is not good. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. The essence is the bottom line. If we are going to drive a digital economy, if we are going to drive population to the digital infrastructure, we must demonstrate trust. The key thing is that there's also rapid adoption. And because of that, it also increases our exposure. As more people get online, more people are excited, and a lot of the people are not reading your terms and conditions. A lot of people don't even understand. You know, people say, can see people who are in my age group here. There was a time when people just set up Facebook or, yeah, people here will appreciate Facebook. The certain generation doesn't understand Facebook exists. And people just set up Facebook just like that, and they do not realize that there were certain settings you needed to deactivate that make you a little bit more secure. But what was the requirement? Nangendiku Facebook. Same thing with X. So how do we get people a little bit more literate so that they can appreciate what you call the settings? With rapid growth means a lot of people are getting online, and I tell a story about my own mother has. I need to find a way of minimizing exposure to TikTok. But I'm also aware, because she's at home alone, it is very good entertainment for her. Now, the son is not on TikTok, but you should see how many I get forwarded messages. Sometimes I can say this is a prayer, and I'm like, amen, but I haven't opened it. But I'm also looking at, there's a time she sent me a TikTok video asking me to find this supplier. And in my mind, I'm like, this is a scam. I just told her I'm going to look for the supplier. She called again, and I said they couldn't pick. And somehow that thing passed. But you know those guys who are doing goats and, you remember that project, eh? I didn't say the name. You know the project. So what do we carry ahead? I'll quickly read through this. Collaboration over silos. We need to break our silos. 2, we need to test our resilience. Don't assume it. And that means we need to invest quite significantly. 3, trust is a real metric. And I've mentioned this, and I'll probably mention it again over and over. We need to move to a level of accountability. How can we hold ourselves accountable? And that requires us to invest significantly. 5 is skills are the number one gap. Skills at whatever level. Actually, one of the things, this is my own resolution, and I hope we can carry it for that day. We need to have a national cyber security awareness curricula that is made public, that people can pick, learn, teach themselves, but also those who are willing to teach can deliver it. Why? Because for us to just keep on talking about cybersecurity awareness, and there is no toolkit to work with, it's also not helping us at all. Child online protection is national. It's a national challenge. And I would really want to encourage us who are parents, please be interested. Be interested. When you set up your child device using your email, you're exposing your child to adult content. Because your email is your gateway to content. AI will always have both sides. The people who hate it, the people who like it. But let's not run away from the fact that it is doing an amazing job. Then we need to ratify our treaties. We saw what IGP Andrew shared with us yesterday. A number of treaties are not yet ratified at a national level. And then finally, whatever we do, let's be mindful that whoever is going to use it could be, I think like Peter said, endpoint. That your consumer could be your endpoint and back to you. And we have seen that happen a number of times. Today, we have a fairly lighter day, and looking forward to, I think, even more exciting time that we will have today. But before we get started, allow me recognize once again our sponsors that are here, and I want to give them a few minutes, 5 minutes for them to come and tell us why this was very critical. And I will, in no particular order, I will invite MTN. We have a representative from MTN, then we'll have C Squared, Airtel, Brenu. We have a representative from MTN? They're not here. Okay, sorry. We'll have a representative from MTN to come and speak to us, and then C Squared and Airtel will follow, and Brenu will come after.
Morning, everyone. My name is Wilfred, Head of Information at MTN Uganda. I do work very closely with data, but also MTN, we take cybersecurity very seriously, and our group, our mother company in South Africa, does monitor every step of the work we do as far as cybersecurity is concerned. Just briefly, just to let you know, in MTN, we are running 2 programs this year. One is codenamed Rubyverse, another one Aspire Plus. Now, these 2 programs, basically what they are doing is to strengthen the controls as far as cybersecurity is concerned. And they are not only looking at technology, but we look at all the other divisions to make sure that all the gaps, all the loose ends are covered that could come out of outside technology. So we are working with our legal department, we are working with human resource, marketing, just to make sure that these support departments that reach out to the customer as well are helping to pick all the things we need to do or the things we don't know about. And MTN has invested heavily in these big programs or these 2 programs. Talking about the event today and yesterday, it's been very insightful, and I would like to congratulate our regulator, UCC, for having organized this event. I think for us from MTN, the key takeout is around resilience. You know, when you talk about resilience, it is not a one person or a one company task. It is a task that we have to do together. To us, what we've been talking about, or what we are discovering, it is a shared risk when we talk about cyber threat. It is a shared risk. And when it is a shared risk, it doesn't stop at that point. It also requires shared intelligence, meaning we need all stakeholders for us to be able to tackle and be able to work closely to address the issue. Then it will not stop at shared intelligence, it also goes to shared preparedness. As MTN, we cannot guarantee and say we are able to do the job alone. We need the regulators, we need the customers, we need the financial institutions to work together. Even our competitors, by the way, we need them to share the intelligence so that we are well prepared to address the issue. I just want maybe to share with you a simple insight we had when we worked with the cyber criminal office or cyber terrorism office at the Uganda police. when they called us and alerted us of an imminent attack that they had received. And then when we went and sat with them, we realized actually these bad guys had got quite good information about us that we didn't actually know. So that collaboration, that sharing of intelligence helped MTN. I'll speak for MTN, I don't know about others, but at least they told us it was not only MTN, but it helped us to go and check every gate and ring fence and make sure that everything is still strong and watertight to stop that attack. It will not stop at sharing the intelligence and preparedness, but it means we have to have a shared recovery. And for me, the key takeout from this whole conference is very simple. When we get out of here, we must have come up with a kind of a framework that can help us to address those 4 points or those 4 areas. And then we'll be able to move together and we'll be able to ensure continuity of the business in Uganda and also ensure that our customers are happy and they're enjoying using the services we provide. I thank you, and I also wish you a very good day. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank you. I hope breakfast gave us some good energy. My name is John Segwanyi, the Chief Technical Officer at C-Squared, and I'm here to speak about C-Squared for the few minutes that Dr. Michael has given us. So C-Squared has been here, like I mentioned in my speech yesterday in that presentation about telecom infrastructure and its value in this securing Uganda's digital future. So since 2013, we have built a network of fiber. Started with Kampala, greater parts of Kampala. Our model is a wholesale model. We lease this out to operators, licensed operators. If you haven't passed by Christine's office, we are unable to serve you. So that's one of the requirements. The initial concept was that infrastructure was a barrier of entry. For the incumbents, infrastructure was a barrier of coverage. For the new entrants, infrastructure was a barrier of entry. It's high capital. So we came into that space. For most of the people back in 2013 will associate Google Fiber with the project that you now see under C-Squared. We build all these lanes of fibers. We also do leased capacity for mobile operators, internet service providers to use for their services to the end user. We are proud to be supporting the majority of providers in the Ugandan market. Wherever you speak to a provider of internet services or solutions, you will be able, even banks that are doing their disaster recoveries, we still go through an ISP so that we can deliver those disaster recovery connectivity, where most of them want that over the fiber network. Along the way, our presence on Africa, we are a Pan-African company currently operating in 5 countries. The same model we've taken to Ghana, same model we've taken to Liberia. And speaking about partnerships and shared investment that Michael asked about yesterday, in Liberia we have a partnership with the USAID. We're doing a project, still fiber, but because we need access for all, we then break out with a public Wi-Fi network, same way we have done in Uganda. Recently, we have launched 2 francophone markets, that's Togo and DRC. We're also proud to be a landing partner of the Equiano submarine cable in Lome. That has also given us presence in Portugal, Nigeria. We also have presence in South Africa. As you know, Inaugural comes from Portugal and lands in South Africa. The most recent has been a partnership and trade on the 2 Africa cable. Those that are familiar with 2 Africa, it's coming from the side of East Africa, going to the West Africa. So for redundancy, with an Equiano that is on the west side from Portugal to South Africa, we are helping our customers have an opportunity to have a route that goes via the East African coast on that side. So we are proud of that. We are happy to be supporting back to the Ugandan market. Yesterday, for the talk on how infrastructure, we hope that it was fruitful. Whenever we talk about cybersecurity, our minds race for the firewalls, for those application level layer that is protective. But what about the infrastructure? How do you maintain business continuity in case of failure of one physical route? That's what the speech was mostly about, that we should be able to have business continuity in the event. And that's the core of the other layers of cybersecurity. Yeah, so that's briefly about T-Squared, where we thank UCC and UGSAT. We have been engaging with UGSAT from last year. I was chatting with the members and Ronald that we're happy to be associated. We appreciate the reports that now come to us, the vulnerabilities detection. We'll respond to that, and internally, we are proactively doing that. We are an ISO 27001 a certified company. So for our customers and partners, we handle that information with those standards that we have set ourselves up to uphold. Thank you so much. I'll leave the floor for the other sponsors.
Thank you. My name is Isaac Newton Obomba. I head the cybersecurity function at the Research and Education Network for Uganda. We believe the conference is a great opportunity for us as RENU. First of all, RENU is the Research and Education Network for Uganda. What we mainly do is we provide high-speed internet connectivity to the research and education community. And over time, we also provide digital solutions to institutions as well. We view the conference as a great opportunity for us to collaborate on a number of things, but most importantly around cybersecurity, because we believe that to push out the digital infrastructure that we are pushing out, we rely on trust, resilience, and security. So the conference is a great opportunity for us to collaborate from the different sectors such that we can have more resilience when it comes to the infrastructure that we push out. Thank you. That's it briefly.
We have somebody from Rock. There are a few times when I'm quite democratic, so when they come, we'll give them they have 5 minutes to share with us why this is critical. Looking at the national cyber incidents, from critical information infrastructure disruption to cross-sector impact. And with me, allow me invite Pramesh Rapasad, CEO Tawaco, Ramesh, I hope I have not murdered your name, but I always have a fallback position. I say, if you can pronounce my surname, then we can square up. So, Ramesh, take your seat. Organizers really were up for something to hit me here. The second panelist is even more okay, the IT director, Airtel Uganda. I was almost, sir, you will educate us on how we can call you so that which one? Okay, take your seat. Milton Sabiti, Digital Forensics URA. So one of the things we need to work on is to improve our inclusion when it comes to cybersecurity. Because evidently we are struggling in that area. So gentlemen, I'm going to allow you each 2 minutes or so, one to introduce yourselves, but also your quick thoughts on the topic that we are discussing, which is national cyber incidents from critical information infrastructure disruption to cross-sector impact. You all are leading entities that carry critical infrastructure that we all need to pay attention to. So I'll start with you, Pramesh, and then all the way to Sabiti.
Hey. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Pramesh. I'm the CEO of TowerCo Africa Uganda. Yesterday, my colleague and the co-founder of TOA, Harold, has given a brief of what we do as a TowerCo because it's not known to everyone. So we manage a very critical part of the telecommunication industry, which is a network that carries whatever is being used by the end user, which is the mobile services. So all the MNOs, they will normally host on our sites or our colleagues, which is ATC also, so from tower companies. So for us, this topic is very important because those cyber incidents, as a whole, we are a very big player in this market. So maybe during we continue with this session, we'll explain a bit more about it. But we ensure very, very simply that you have a continuous connection at home. And this is done through ensuring that all those sites, there are around 6,000 sites in Uganda, total, I mean not just TOA, but combined with all players, we make sure that they are all available 24/7 for you to receive the needed services. So incident management, we go through a lot of incidents, vandalism that happens on the site, and our role is to make sure that we have a system in place that you have a recovery the earliest possible. Okay? And for that, the industry practice, we are able to provide you all with 99.98 or 99% of availability of your telecom network. So this is about TOA and how we help to ensure that we counter cyber attacks on the networks and even physical attacks on the network to ensure the service availability for all the users of telephones and other internet services.
Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Ehis. Maybe that will be easier to pronounce.
Ehis.
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 Yes, E-H-I-S.
Thank you, sir.
So So I worked for Airtel as IT director. Before then, I worked in other telecom industry before in West Africa sub-region. But this topic is a very interesting one, and one other thing I would say is that experiencing a cyber attack, not something everybody have experience about. In fact, so many people don't even have it. And so I have experienced twice. And for me, a lot of English is okay. But the truth is that when you experience it, the first thing you must have is calmness. If you don't have calmness, you will discover that you take decisions that will create more problems. And that is why when it happens, do not panic. Ensure that you know exactly what to do, because knowing what to do is fine. Also knowing the timing to take that right action is very key. And that is why this topic for me is very critical, it's important, and I haven't seen twice this attack and knew very well what we must do and how we must do it. But there's nobody or any single organization that have the answer. We must work together, which is why for me, I will be advocating for a national cyber framework where all of us will be able to share information, because the bigger challenge is that we all know what to do in our silos, but silo can never fight this battle. And I must let you know that this is a war in effect, and it's a war we must win. If the attacker wins the war, we are losers. And that is why I'm advocating that this morning, that for every one of us, we must be ready to share information, and then we must be ready to try this information, test it. You know, when you write this thing down, they look very beautiful. But when it happens and you try to use that procedure, you realize it doesn't work. It's then you realize that maybe I've just been speaking English. And that is why I need to advise that we must be ready to do a cyber drill nationally. Already we have a SAT, which is very good. The SAT is already helping us, but we need to ensure that all of us contribute to that SAT, share information in real time, and ensure we test. We must do this drill. Also, of course, there will be challenges here and there, because sometimes you don't even know to what extent you can release information. Those are what I expect this conference to be able to address. What kind of information we can release, how do we release it, and who knows what to do at any point in time when this attack crosses boundary. Because it is not that at that time you will not be looking for the complimentary card of who to call. We need to know that now, and we need to discuss it now. Thank you.
So you're proposing for, we need to have a speed dial aspect of, let's not go around in WhatsApp groups. Let's know who to call, speed dial, and that information should be readily available for everyone within the ecosystem. Thank you, sir. Thabiti, as you collect our money, or your money, sorry, it can't be ours.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Milton Sabit, name from URA, public sector, financial side. Know everyone, URA certainly. Don't need to mention so much about it. As a public sector function for revenue mobilization, we have a lot of integration with other key stakeholders, very many in fact. The telecoms, the banks, and even other MDAs. So we have a lot of integration. And this topic is very, very good, because we are a living testimony of how incidents can escalate or can actually affect other sectors when they happen. And for URA, when an incident happens, it's no longer an IT problem. Quickly escalates to a fiscal problem. No money is being collected. within no minute you find the government now looking for loans to feed that gap. So an incident happens and sort everything alone. We have to emphasize this collaboration. And if you gave us a next day, we would still talk about collaboration because it's very, very critical. So collaboration, what we need. Probably, I think we have laid the foundations, but probably we need to do some stick in there. No? Make information sharing of these incidents mandatory for the essential services, people who are providing essential services. Let the sharing of these incidents be mandatory, because when it happens, it's very possible that it will propagate to other sectors. So that is something that we should take so seriously. And of course, there is also tendency really for doing partial incident responses. Okay? You get an incident, then you say, okay, what was the problem? How do we solve it? Solve it and say, okay, thank you very much, Mr. System. See you next time. Now, you don't answer the questions of why it happened, how it happened, when did it happen, and so on. So when you don't answer those questions, probably you still have a problem within. Okay. You're just walking on eggshells. So the best way forward is to invest in a deeper analysis as people who are doing in essential services. Invest in doing deeper studies. It comes at a cost because you have to invest in your human resource to be able to do deep analysis and conclusively solve a problem that happens. For sure, problems will happen. They have been happening and they will happen tomorrow. Thank you.
As it is, it will be and shall be. I mean, that's what it leads to, that problems happen, they will continue happening. And I like how we are curating it. I like what Sabit is saying. Yes, whereas there's an expectation of collaboration, is there room for us to also, I think what I'm hearing is regulate that and have a carrot and stick approach and say failure to report, failure to share also tantamounts to, I don't know if that makes sense. That's the direction that I'm hearing. Okay.
When it just remains sharing at will, almost likely you are not going to have people sharing. You will have your SAT there, have generic incidents from worldwide being captured and so on, but the specific ones that you are facing, people will just sort themselves down there and they'll never come up. So at least if there is some little bit of accountability that you have to share the information, because Airtel needs to know what problem you have because they've integrated with you.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the thing.
Thank you. So I'll go to Mr. Ehis, and the question I have for you is that telecom networks are increasingly the backbone on which banking, government services, emergency response, digital payments, and other critical sectors depend. I can also add education, or well, in our part it's probably most recent, but world over, education is heavily dependent on telecom services. What are the most significant cyber risks that could turn a disruption within the communication sector into a national cross-sector crisis?
Okay, thank you. Definitely, like you said, telecom is right now looking like maybe your nervous system, as it were, because it's at the center. I saw a presentation yesterday by somebody really painting that picture very rightly. The telecom is just like your nervous system. Today, he connects everybody. And so anything that happens to it will directly impact every other person. The very first thing I will say is that when anything happens to our core telecom infrastructure, there will be a problem. For example, even a simple fiber cord at a critical position where you don't have redundancy, you'll be dead, and that will affect everybody. And that is why it's key that we, as it were, as a telecom provider, we ensure that we have enough resilience to address that. But having said that, even my third-party provider, if he's attacked, because we all have shared resources, maybe I'm hosting my service on his site, and if he's attacked, I'm dead. So you see, we are all connected. And because of that interconnectivity, we all depend on each other. So any attack in any of this core area will affect me. But also we talk about attack that could affect digital identity. If somebody have access to any of our information, any of us here, he can use it to deal with us. And that is why attack on digital identity also become very important. Maybe attack also on my charging engine can also affect other people, not just me alone. Okay? And you can also look at just your domain name service alone can affect every other person that is connected to you. So there are various areas this attack affects every one of us. An attack alone, an email system, can be a disaster. Okay? Because people cannot communicate with you. Even your internal customer cannot work. Yeah. You know, when the ransomware hit you and encrypt all your email platform, you'll be dead. And that can affect anybody. So, as everybody have said, which really I also believe in, we must therefore be prepared. We must be ready to share information with or without penalty of sharing. Because as far as you realize that this is, an effect that will affect not just you alone, it will affect everybody. Remember that cyber attack is no longer about just a technology. It is an attack on the economy. And because all our money is at stake, and that is why you see people complain a lot about mobile money, because it's their money. It's different from when you are complaining about recharge. No, but when it's his money, that man will call you to hell. And that is why it's key that we all realize that this is very important, and I will subscribe to the fact that telecom being in the middle of it all, any attack on us will attack everyone. It is an interconnected environment, and it's going to be increasingly so. And I must clearly say that this attack will happen. You know, it will surely happen. It's not like it will not happen. I can tell you as we are here, these guys are also watching us, trying to say what next strategy they want to take. And that is why we must move faster. Again, it is a war, and this war must be won. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So as you're saying, these guys are watching us. So yesterday, the security team here was able to identify people they know that attend these meetings for a specific reason, carry things that they feel they need to own, but they're not theirs. And one of them was called, and that's when I had to do the announcement. One of them was called and said, come, who are you? How did you get in? Smart enough, he got in before the credentialing was, but kudos to the security team that were on top of their game and said, who are you? How did you get in? And was pushed out. So they are here. They are watching us. They are saying, okay, we'll meet you. And like you said, we'll see whether the English you are speaking holds water. And I think for me then the follow-up question as I maybe move to Pramesh shortly is how should Uganda strengthen the resilience against such cascading impacts? How do we prepare ourselves, or how do we strengthen what we need to strengthen?
I would say there are three things. One, we have to be prepared. We cannot overemphasize that. we had to collaborate. We can also overemphasize that. And we must have redundancy in place. So I would say the first thing to do is let's strengthen our national mechanism on how we share information, because information sharing is power. And if we don't share information, an attack on my side and I keep quiet can immediately spread to the next sector. And that is why it's important that we must be ready to share information. That trust must be built. It's number one. The trust must be built. But again, you can't build trust when there is no interaction. So I think there should be interaction, not necessarily a conference. There has to be a clear, identified committee with all the key stakeholders that can meet, not in a public like this, where you can share very key, strategy, key information. A forum like this, you won't be able to really go into detail of saying this was what we must do. But I will say what is key, let's have a cross-sector cyber resilient exercise regularly. Let's have redundancy built in our services all the time. Somebody was saying that yesterday, and I was very happy about that as you design with security in mind, not after. Always ensure you design with security in mind. And so for us as regulators, as government, or whatever, what I will really say is that let's ensure when we bring service to you, the regulator, please ensure don't only just approve. Approve if you see that security-wise we are also ready. Because generally, we just approve and say, oh, the product looks very fine. But you need to be sure that we are built resilient into it. You need to be sure that this product, we have secured the customer also. This is very key. This is very, very key. Don't look at only the very fine part of it. Please also look at the fact that if there's a problem, do we have resilience? Are we able to cope, with this product, be sure that the customer is not really exposed? That part of it, I have realized that seems to be missing, and we need to look at that very, very quickly. Also, ensure that you have backups. This is very, very key. Where I came from, the regulator once in a while pump in to see the kind of backup you have. Not only that you have this backup, that these backup are restorable. Because the day it happens, you will realize that tape will refuse to roll. It's that day you will say, wow, so this thing is not working, and it will not work. And so, even when you have a disaster recovery site, I will also say, don't just do, drill every quarter. It doesn't make sense. The day you will there's a problem and you try to put service there, you realize it doesn't work. So, I will advise, ensure you keep small traffic on your disaster site to ensure that site is acting as an active site, but just with small traffic, so that you are sure that your disaster recovery site is actually working. Because if it happens and you try to switch over, you realize nothing is working. Even a simple generator, you have a backup generator, and you never want that generator, you leave it there. The day there will be a power problem, you put it on, the battery will not start the generator, and there will be a problem. And that is why you need to ensure that whatever disaster you have in place, in quote, is actually active. Okay. I think I will stop there. Okay. If there's more opportunity, I would go more into detail. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are hearing check the spare tire again, kind of conversation that came up yesterday. Just make sure that the spare tire is actually ready to act as a spare tire when you need it, and not to be surprised. Pramesh, telecommunications, and I come to you, you enable his to be able to do the work that he does. So telecom towers, tower infrastructure is increasingly shared across multiple operators and can be attractive targets for cyber attacks. At a leadership level, how should shared infrastructure providers plan for cyber-related disruptions?
Okay, so like my colleague said earlier, you will not always win. There will be a situation where the cyber attackers will be winning on you. Okay? And those situations, we should be ready. And this is the role, one of the key roles we have as infrastructure provider, provides that backup solution and disaster recovery. So yesterday, my colleague was, and it's good to refer to it, it's quite easy for everyone to grasp the idea, the Masaka Kampala Road. Okay? the idea that was there, and it's easy for everyone to understand, which is non-telecom. So when that road is broken, okay, and the traffic is diverted, yes, sure, we have a backup solution, and the resilience is there. I don't know much the structure, but what he was saying that, okay, you will go through community roads, okay? But the community roads are not built to take such traffic, right? The traffic will be slow. So then, how fast do you solve the problem? This is where comes people like us, C-Squared and all, who manages those infrastructure for all those operators. So it's our role to get the disaster recovery, to make sure that those sites get back in operation, and it's able to take back those traffic and ensure stabilizing the network. So this is one of the key roles. What we do on our side as an infrastructure provider, and what my colleagues were saying, one is the backup solution. So it's our role. We focus on it. So it's our role to check the spare tires continuously. Okay? So for us, it's not like we are not the one driving. We are not the driver. The driver is like MTN, Airtel, and all the providing services to the end clients. Okay? Our role is focusing on whatever is enabling the service provider to provide its services to the end customer. So we will focus on whatever is required to make sure that if there's a disaster, how to recover from it the quickest possible, to put the resources in, to do the drill necessary, okay, within the different networks, to provide the security needed. We should not forget, okay, we talk a lot that cybersecurity now has evolved a lot and has gone more digital, but the whole ecosystem is there. Not to forget that the first line of control is a physical asset. Your access control to your asset is the very first line of control. Okay? Just like, this is why you say, like your IT tells you, like, when you're going out, lock your computer. Because this is the first point of access. Okay? So we make sure that on the access point, all the sites are secured. Anyone who needs to enter the site is checked, has a validation, a prior validation, and when they leave the site, there is a monitoring done, a health check done of the site. Is there anything wrong on the site? Because we have a 24/7 monitoring, so we'll keep monitoring the network. So we take that part of monitoring, checking the tires, so whatever asset is normally centralized. So you will find it's quite often that when you have an incident, it's taking long to resolve, most probably those assets are self-managed by the provider of the service. It's not centralized networks or assets. This is where it takes longer to resolve because, like we said, they didn't check the tires often. Okay? So this is where our value comes in. We help in resolving those incidents.
And I think for me, the following question, yesterday, one of the things that was raised was our dependence on third party. And in your case, is really suppliers. And the question is, what responsibility should critical infrastructure providers place on suppliers and partners? And more or less the same question goes to all of us who are dependent on a number of software service providers who are miles away, and you're largely depending on chatbots to support you. So what responsibility should we, I think speaking from your infrastructure perspective, it would be good to hear your experiences. And how do you verify that these partners can actually meet their obligations during a crisis?
Okay, so one thing we should understand, like from our perspective, an infrastructure provider, we cannot outsource our cybersecurity responsibility to someone. Okay? It's our main role. It's our role. If someone mess up, we have to take the responsibility on us. So it's very important for us to make sure that whoever is working with us is up to the level ensure the level of cybersecurity is in it. So we have two folds there. We have two types of suppliers. One is OEMs, original equipment providers, okay, would provide us the equipments we require. And as you know, as we are moving in the technology sector, each and every appliances you're buying has some kind of programming, some kind of software installed. Okay? So the first rule for us is we limit the number of OEMs we work with. So limiting it makes it easier to manage, right? So if I need to buy a battery, I would not buy it from just anyone selling it at a lower price or whatever. I'll make sure that I'm buying it from a supplier who is worldwide recognized, who is following the world standards of security, firstly. Secondly, they are going to provide us all the support required, the upgrades required. So if you go for those suppliers, they are investing massively on their side to do R&Ds and follow whatever is going in the market. You can get the same battery from someone who is just assembling a side, just putting a sticker on it, okay? You will get it less expensive, very sure, less expensive. But he has no R&D capabilities. He's not following whatever is going on in cybersecurity. So this is the first thing we do to make sure that we don't work with those who don't have the capability to invest on those aspects. Then secondly is about the service providers. So because we are as if privileged in the whole ecosystem, we are in between the MNOs and service providers and the physical asset. So our interaction with the service as MNOs is quite privileged, and we get access to the system. They push data to us. We push data to them, what's happening on the network. So it's very important for us to secure our own system, our own mailing system and everything. Our cybersecurity requirements is quite high. So what we do is we make sure when we are working with a subcontractor, for example, now on the service part, they are required also to have a certain level of cybersecurity in place. Okay? Then, but you cannot ensure everyone. You know, sometimes you have some small suppliers and all. So what we do is on our side, our team is trained every month. Team members are required to do certain drills. We will send, like from the group side and the IT side, some spam will be sent to them to check their level of sensitivity toward such risk. Okay? So we keep training our own people, our own staff internally to make sure that they are able to identify anything which is looks like doubtful, okay, and is able to report it to the IT and block it there so it doesn't go to our customer. So we don't put our customers' network at risk. So these are things that we put in place to secure on both sides. Thank you.
So the message is, who else is using this provider? What is their credibility? What are some of the things that you need to double check to make sure that on your part you are confident that the person you're dealing with meets your expectations and your requirements? Thabiti, I will have a two-in-one question for you. And one is around the capabilities that institutions, and specifically public-facing institutions like yourselves, need to build around advanced, persistent threats, such as, most recent, the novel AI-generated attacks. What capabilities must institutions be able to build to ensure that they're able to respond accordingly? And I think the follow-on question for me is that what preparedness, coordination measures are needed to contain when that happens? Like you mentioned, when it happens, it affects finance, it affects a number of other sectors. When that happens, what preparedness, coordination measures do we need to make sure are in place? Over to you, Thabiti.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Just hold on, Thabiti. if, I used to think this happens only at weddings. So if you're driving car number UBR 486C, you know that time of the wedding reception when start announcing cars. This is too early for this business. If you're driving car UBR 486C, I am reliably informed that there are no spare batteries around to jumpstart you. You left your lights on, so better check it. They didn't put the color of the car and the make, just in case you have many and you can't remember which one you came with. Over to you, Sabiti.
The attacks, the advanced persistent threats, certainly are complex, and traditional defenses cannot prevent them. So it calls for a non-traditional way of doing things. And they are persistent, they come and remain in your network, okay? Come and remain in your network for a while they are feeling it. Take it like a cancer. Comes in there, propagating, and so on and so forth. And, you know, throughout these 2 days, we've been talking about AI, and mostly we have been talking about it on the bad side of things as messing us up. These attacks certainly are also, most of them are AI generated, okay? But I take it like you have a bus which has criminals, and you also have to put some law enforcement in there, in the same bus. Make sure that you can get these criminals. It's the same scenario which we use, and we use AI to solve the same problems that are brought by AI. The only difference is that the methodology of defense is different from the methodology of offense being used. On defense, we are basically deploying machine learning. So machine learning, we make sure that we do behavior analysis, okay? Mm-hmm. User and entity behavior analysis. Be able to detect these unusual, because these are usually new ones. And so the traditional defense is just look into the database. Hey, have I seen you? No. Continue, maybe you are not a problem. So these ones are new. So behavior analysis is what actually can pick them up. And that one is implemented using machine learning. So that is, the catch with it is that machine learning, you are not going to just come up and use it without the technical expertise. You will need human intelligence, real expertise, for you to be able to deploy effectively machine learning model catch such attacks. That's where you call the digital forensics and incident response comes into play now. Things like cyber threat intelligence trainings come into play. So you have to be really, really skilled for you to be able to use it. And of course, there is a heavy investment that is required in there to be able to build that technical capacity. And most of we have decision makers in here, usually don't want to stretch to that side. Mm. They always want to solve problem and then continue and hope that...
And pray, hopefully.
Yeah, and pray, hopefully it does not reoccur. But if you're going to build resilience, you need to have to stretch it that far. And with these attacks, you have no option. You have to invest, because you cannot deploy the defenses when you don't know what you're doing. Then,
yeah, you're still continuing?
Then
Yeah.
Yeah, there are two questions
Yes,
in one.
yes, yes. Sorry, sorry.
So the second one is about how we can build resilience, I guess, given that we have our interconnections with other players, prevent them from propagating sideways when attacks come. I think the best way, my colleague had hinted on it, is to build disaster recovery mechanisms. Cannot be having a critical service, do not have a disaster recovery mechanism. Because when you have a disaster recovery mechanism, that means that even when an incident happens, have business continuity. So people who are depending on you still continue running. Okay? So if Airtel, we are depending on Airtel for internet service. Airtel doesn't have a disaster recovery mechanism. When it goes down, clock starts ticking. Our services are off, not working as well. Other sectors are also not working. Okay? So a disaster recovery mechanism is critical for people who have critical service infrastructure.
Thank you. Very, very well-packaged discussion here. Conversations like these have to come to an end, but I need to hear from the audience. So I'll take 4 questions. 1. Can I have 4 questions? 2. I have 2 ladies here. Closed. We'll take those 2. And if you feel like after they've asked you think you want to ask, you'll talk to the panel directly. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Maria Chayune from MTN Momo. Question goes to the gentleman. There's a lot of collaboration that is happening, and it's very healthy. How have you been able to engage with the regulators? Because I'm sure you're at that level of work where you have these meetings with the regulators, to actually look at the regulatory reports of cybersecurity, information security reports that are an annual requirement for all of us to submit. So how have you been able to ask the regulator to actually look at the issues that have been identified in each of our spaces and how we are closing them? Because I think that's where the loop is. If I, from MTN Momo, have ensured that I have a secure environment and someone that I'm partnering with is not secure enough, that is something that will bring trouble for all of us. So how are we going to collaborate? Not to let anyone drop off, but how do we support, let's say the SMEs, examples that were given yesterday, it's very expensive. So the issues that have been identified in those audit reports done by external auditors are actually looked at by the regulators or the people that make decisions in these companies to ensure that those issues are closed, so that that loop is closed.
Thank you. And this was to the panel? Panel and the regulator. In your closing remarks, just make sure you speak to that question. The audit reports and everything that come through as we look outside. Okay. There's another lady over there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dushime Daffin, a fresh graduate in Bachelor's of Computer Forensics and Criminal Investigation at King Caesar University. Thank you. We are seeing cybersecurity is all about protecting the systems And when it comes to digital forensics, we are looking into how the incident happened, what was the root cause, and is there
We seem to be having an incident. Third-party dependence. All the things seem to be playing out, eh?
I was talking about cybersecurity. It's all about protecting our systems. And when it comes to digital forensics, we are looking into how the incident happened, what was the cause, and which evidence is there to prove that incident. My question, we direct it to forensic IT in URA. My question is, how is we are seeing that most of the organizations are increasingly using the digital systems. How best is cybersecurity being integrated into digital forensics incident response? And another thing, now as a person who has done computer forensics and criminal investigation, I will take you, I'm sorry to take your time, but let me take this opportunity to express myself. I will take you back.
How far back do you want to take us? Just to make sure
just
that
for some minutes, like 4 minutes.
No, unfortunately, I don't have that time.
Okay, 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute, yes.
We have seen that computer forensics, we still have a big gap actually. And yesterday, most of you are talking about how forensic tools are expensive. It's true they are expensive. So as a forensic IT, because the moment you mention forensic IT, most of the people, they don't understand it. They are green about it. And I'm lucky you are there. So how best are you going to collaborate so that you can close this gap and we can be able to collaborate with the government and at least we leverage the cost of the forensic tools which we can use to prove the evidence. Because for us, we work together with cybersecurity and digital forensics. Because there is no way you will directly prove that there is an evidence without first protecting the systems. If you don't protect the systems, which means more attackers are still coming. So my question is like, how possible are you going to close this gap so that cybersecurity can work in hand with digital forensics? Thank you.
Thank you very much. To the panel, you will respond to the questions and your parting shots. Any of you can start.
Thank you. I'll start with the last question from the lady. You are talking about cost of forensic tools and how can we optimally roll it out throughout the probably agencies in the public sector to be able to have this function at a lower cost. It is true, investment in forensics is a little bit high and consistent because you have to keep moving as technology changes. You also have to update yourself, and that's the cost. But we are looking at interagency collaboration. For example, we have a forensic lab, full-fledged forensic lab in URA. But we collaborate with very many agencies. A few of the people here, other agencies know that we probably have done work together with them, police, and other agencies. We've done work. That's the only way you can have the cost reduced while consuming the service. And of course, at an organizational level, it is important that you make baby steps. Don't look at a one-time investment. You can start with one license. You can start, make baby steps. Along the way, 10 years, you already have a fully-fledged infrastructure for you you don't really feel the cost. Rather than you thinking, I need to have $1 million invested at once, you need to just do baby steps, and then until you have some maturity level of a forensic function is desirable. That is, then another question which came up for all of us, cybersecurity, integration, different. Yes, we have, for us to be effective, we have to think about cybersecurity at integration points. Usually, how we coordinate with other agencies through APIs, to some extent tunnels. Telecom guys know that such integration is there. I would think the best way is to have a collaboration in ensuring that cybersecurity is taken good care of at the integration level. There is when you have your own infrastructure, you put high-tech platforms, security platforms, but when you're integrating, you do not consider the security relations that should be there, and yet you are on different levels of maturity. You are URA, you have state-of-the-art firewalls and so on. You are integrating with another entity which does not have any of those. So you need to be able to, at that integration level, be it an API, to be able to have security considerations in there, and you should be able to do drills together with the entity that you are integrating with.
That's interesting. So bring them on board and let them be part of your ecosystem.
Absolutely.
Not an arm's length. Okay. Essie?
Thank you. Well, for the question, I must say clearly that cybersecurity is expensive. It's not by prayer. So it's expensive. And that is why we need executive level participation. So don't worry about cost, because what you will lose when you attack is much more than the cost we put in. So for me, that would be the answer to that question. Executive level participation is important. And once your MDs and the executive and the board are involved, definitely I'm sure funding will not be a problem. I watched yesterday, somebody also said the way you pass across information is key. Put value to what you are doing. If the value is there, definitely the funding will come. Now to my parting discussion, I will put out one thing. There's just one thing I would like to say. If you ask me, one action we should try to take after these 2 days of sitting here for hours, it will be unfortunate if we don't take a clear action. I will recommend a national cyber crisis coordination and information sharing framework. It must come out. Because the real issue is that all of us have attacked left, right, center, but we don't share. So we need that framework that will assist every one of us to share information. And I will also recommend that we should have a sitting committee that meet regularly so that they interact, they know what to do, they're able to share very intelligent information. Sometimes you don't want to share them via a phone call, but you can meet physically, and then you are able to provide information. So trust is important. We must build trust as a people. And I said before that for you to build trust, there must be interaction. And that is why I'm recommending that there's a need for that committee to sit regularly. And I said it's also very expensive. We need to train our people, because if you really have a serious cyber attack, you may not have the resources to coordinate when the attack cross everywhere. And that is why having to do drill, simulating a drill is important. Because the day it happens, you don't need to be thinking. You already have the playbook, you have gone through it, and so it's a matter of just executing. And I also mentioned before that it's not also a time where we now be looking for the phone number of who to call. So that familiarity we must build. If we don't build that familiarity, there will be issue. Of course, there will be problem. There are challenges that could hinder us, but those are normal. I will just list some of them because I wrote some of them down. One of the challenges I know that could hinder us, but we can work around it, is information sharing trust deficit. There will be gaps in the information we share, and that is something we need to look at very critically. Of course, somebody mentioned this morning about silos. And people want to operate in silo because people want to keep, people are looking at ensuring that their organization is not castigated about, and so people are very careful in sharing information. But if we have trust with each other, we should be able to share information. Another thing that worries me, which I really would not go by not saying, is the regulatory and the legal gap. We need to know what is the legal framework under which we are working, what can we share, what can we not share. We need to be sure that there are clear policies on what we should report, what threshold we should report. Should we report everything? Should we report half of the issue that happen? Should we report all? These are very important things that we must look into. Of course, I've mentioned funding. It shouldn't be a problem because the attackers themselves are going to make money, and once there's a denial of service and people don't have trust in you, definitely you will see that your business will go down. That is why I don't think funding should be a problem. It should be everybody coordinating together should be fine. And lastly, I must say that this challenge is not a challenge of technology. There is no one technology that can deal with this issue. What we need is nothing but cooperation, collaboration all the way through. There is nothing a people that are united want to do that they cannot do. And for those of you that read Bible, the Bible was very clear about this. He clearly stated that these people, they so gathered together, they were trying to build a tower to heaven. And God saw that this tower they want to build, they will be able to do it. So he make all of us start speaking different languages, which is why today we are all speaking different languages. So a people that is united will surely win this war. And it is a war we must win. Thank you.
Okay, so on my side, talks about the cost, very sensitive to me. By profession, I have mostly been the finance side, so whenever you talk about the cost, it's like raising my ears. So from my experience, I have been mostly in finance in my experience, and cost has always been an issue until we got attacked by ransomware. So when I moved from a regional CFO to the group CFO in a company, the first time the bill came to me to implement was Sophos something, okay, for the security, I jumped from my chair. $120,000. Why do I pay so much? Okay, and just a few months later, we got a ransomware attack. The ransom asked for was $3 million. Okay, so at that time, I realized how vulnerable we were. And fortunately, at that time, I got the pressure from the CEO. This is why yesterday we were saying whose responsibility it should be. It should be the CEO. Because today I'm the CEO, so I understand it well. So if it was not the CEO didn't take the right call and say, no, we invest, we would have lost the critical data. Fortunately, we only lost prior backup data, which was there, prior mails and all, which was not part of the infrastructure secured by that new system. But the whole new system was secured. We had no downtime. Now imagine if as CFO, I would keep insisting that no, it's too costly, and would be in a situation to pay $3 million. So yes, it could be costly depending on the size of the company, it could be costly. So now, like I said earlier, we cannot outsource our cybersecurity. It's our responsibility. So depending on our size. So for us, what we will do, we will note with whom we'll work, which level, because different layering would have certain level of security. Okay. If I'll go directly work with the one who has zero security, like was mentioned earlier, it's putting me at risk. So what I will do normally, I will make sure that the levels are there, I have subcontractors below me who will have a certain acceptable level of cybersecurity in place, who is working with other people down there, which has a much lower level, because the lower you go, the less you can invest on cybersecurity. So you have to cascade it. But if you want just to save some money, as you're a big organization, but just for saving money or for any reason, you just go work directly with the one which doesn't have that cybersecurity level you needed for your organization, and you impose yourself as a CEO, for example, you are not the one checking the size you are, like we were saying earlier. You are not that size that will go back every time, check the small details. You will be at a very high level. So your team will miss it. Okay? So it's very important. Yes, cost is there. Every organization has its own level of investments they can do. So be responsible when sourcing, when doing onboarding your partners. Make sure that they have adequate level acceptable to you, and they should do the same on their side. That's my take.
Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for this panel? I think somebody said, yeah, you use AI to check AI. So recently I was working with Claude, and then I asked Copilot to check what Claude had done. I won't reveal the results, but it was interesting to see how the two were approaching. One delivered, the other one assessed. And I enjoyed it, just to see how the two were able to appreciate work that is done by the other. So it is now my honor to present these to you. I'll start with Pramesh. Then ladies and gentlemen, we will segue into the next panel. But as we do that, can I request you to stand up a bit? Stretch a bit, stretch a bit. I hope you're sitting with a new neighbor. My new scan tells me that we are creatures of habit. Many of us went back to where we sat yesterday. Stretch a bit, stretch a bit. If you need coffee, you can take a walk briefly out and get some coffee. We can take our seats. And feel free to take a break when, the body gets heavy. So let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Allow me now invite Daniel Bwete, the Senior Manager, Infrastructure and Data Services, to come and lead us the next session. Daniel, from DFCU. Okay. Daniel is here? Okay, good.
Morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Tola. Morning, everybody. It's a privilege here. My name is Daniel Bwente. I'm a Senior Manager, Infrastructure and Data Services at DFCU Bank. And I will be taking you or moderating the panel on skills in Uganda, cyber skills. Where are we headed? What should we be doing as we go forward? As we commence this segment of the program, I'm going to invite Isaac Newton from RENU. He's the head of SAT. He'll give us a quick 15-minute chat about what RENU is doing, and then from there, we'll go into the panel. Isaac? In the meantime, I'll encourage the panelists, Emmanuel Chagara from Milima, Maurice Tarema from Isaka, and Dr. John Ngubiri to be ready. As soon as Isaac finishes, we will be coming up on stage to catch up with time. Isaac?
Sorry, I'm just waiting for the presentation to come up. Good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Isaac Newton Obomba. I'll be speaking to the topic that's building a cyber-skilled and cyber-aware nation and the role that universities, research, and education networks are playing. I think quite a lot on the same topic has been said. The IT director from Airtel said that cybersecurity is not a prayer. I think you're going to be learning quite a lot in that if you're dealing with a cyber-aware group of people in an organization, it's easy to convince them to purchase more solutions in terms of security and also address a number of issues security-wise. RENU Before I jump into the presentation, I want to introduce the RENUSAT. I think in the flyers, the communication was that I lead the RENUSAT and not the cybersecurity function, but ideally I fall under the RENUSAT, which is RENU's Computer Emergency Response Team. Our main work revolves around supporting research and education communities through a range of cybersecurity services, right from incident handling, security-related information dissemination, security testing, external attack surface management, the filtration services, security training, which is key if you're talking about a cyber-aware nation, education virtual private network or EduVPN, and the backup service. We turned 10 last week on Wednesday, and we shall be hosting our X Space. We have an amazing list of panelists that will be joining us. So please join in tomorrow, 7 p.m. I think I already see some familiar faces that are here and are also on that very flyer. I think quite a lot has been said as well around digital transformation. I think we are seeing so many institutions embracing digital transformation. We see so much economic growth as a result of that very digital transformation. But on the side of security, what we tend to ignore or what we overlook from the non-cybersecurity perspective is that what you end up with is a large attack surface area. For the cyber attackers, it's a very green area for you, because then what happens is that you begin sending out frequent attacks, more sophisticated attacks now that you actually have AI as well. And because of this, you realize that when you couple that with, first of all, the shortage of skilled cybersecurity professionals that we have, but also with a very low number of people that are actually cyber aware, what you realize is that you're going to be having long-term investments when it comes to training individuals and skilling them up to be able to detect these various attacks. So that's why I say that education and research and continuous capacity building create the bridge from digital opportunity to trusted digital transformation. The distinction lies in what each of the individuals protects. The skilled professionals focus on protecting the systems, whereas the aware people mainly deal with cyber-aware risks. The two can't operate independently. It's usually a shared responsibility that the cyber-skilled professionals are going to be working on securing the systems and the networks, investigating the incidents, developing the secure technologies that you've already had the previous panel talk about, but also more importantly, now that we have AI, respond to emerging threats. You might then wonder, okay, so if you're talking about a cyber-skilled group of people, then who is also going to be contributing to this? So we say that the universities are going to be contributing to this because they educate the next generation of cybersecurity professionals. But more importantly, if you look at the laboratories that we have and so on, they give the professionals in that field the practical experience. They provide the academic programs, the labs, and the practical training. I think with time now, we've seen that so many universities are coming up with undergraduate programs that have security as well. Previously, I think we were referring to it as a major, that you would do postgraduate, but then major in something around security, and that was it. So we have more universities now coming up with more academic programs tailored to the undergraduate side in regards to cybersecurity. But also, we've also had research coming out from a number of institutions in regards to cybersecurity, and they're also now translating that very research into national capability. On the side of RENS, which is the Research and Education Networks, I put that on the side because You might think RENU is the only one in that space, but outside, when you look at our neighbors, Kenya also has the same, so there is also the Kenya Education Network. Tanzania has the same, Rwanda has the same, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Botswana, the Ethiopians also have the same. And what unites us from East and Southern Africa is a body called the UbuntuNet Alliance. So the main purpose of the research and education networks is to ensure collaboration across the institutions through trusted infrastructure. Earlier I said that we provide a digital infrastructure, and that is through the research and education networks that we have. We enable secure data sharing and collaborative research, deliver shared cybersecurity services. The RENUSAT supports the entire research and education community. We handle some of the incidents that some of the institutions that we have in the country experience. We coordinate training and knowledge sharing across institutions. If you've been keen enough to look at our socials, you realize that in the month of October, in the Cybersecurity Awareness Month, we tend to run a number of trainings. Last year's training was on incident response. So we tend to have those trainings, and we invite the institutions, the heads of IT in the different institutions to actually participate and also be able to defend themselves. Cyber resilience is a shared build, so you can't only rely on universities or research and education networks alone. Different sectors have to play different roles. The universities are playing a big role in developing that talent, but also producing research that is relevant to the local community. The research and education networks are providing the collaboration that we need and the infrastructure. The industry is giving us the practical experience and the jobs that, that we need to actually build that the cyber-skilled professionals that we want. The government is already playing a huge role. In fact, out of all these, I believe the government is actually playing the biggest. I think we now have a number of frameworks that have been developed, but we also have a number of acts as well. And there's also huge investment now in this field. And the civil society is creating awareness and also we also have now more inclusion. The gap isn't technical. I know we tend to think that cybersecurity is only technical, but it's not only technical. I think if you take time and go to that URL I've shared below there, you'll notice that it isn't technical. It speaks more on the gap that we have in regards to various sectors. The graph that you see this side here mostly points to, I'm going to pick out two things. That is the infrastructure security research and the malware analysis side of it. Those are different roles that can be found in the cybersecurity sector. But according to Kaspersky's research, you realize that we have a big gap when it comes to the group of guys that are handling information security research, but also malware analysis. But also in the earlier panel conversation, one of the things that was pointed out was that, and also what I shared at the start of my presentation, was that cybersecurity is expensive. It's not a prayer, just like the IT director from Airtel said. And because of that, it's difficult for you to begin translating the huge expenses we have in cybersecurity to the boards and so on. So it's expensive to train, to set up the different laboratories that ordinarily students would be utilizing to be able to become more skilled about cybersecurity. But also we're having so many advances in AI. I think the models are doing quite a lot. And because of that, it's also difficult for most of the sectors to keep up. So what can be done? The universities can start embedding cyber security across multiple disciplines. The Land Friends at least now have a module around cyber law that they do, so we can think of now embedding the cyber security awareness sessions more into these programs as well. Strengthen labs and practical work, expand internships and industry projects, For the research and education networks, what we are already doing as RENU is that we are growing shared cybersecurity services. We are enabling trusted research platforms. We are coordinating training and training in the different communities. As government, it's to fund cyber education and research, create workforce strategies, support national coordination. I believe some of these have been mentioned in a national cybersecurity strategy, but I believe we can still push and do more. Industry-wise, we need to start working on designing curricula together with universities such that we have more impactful topics being taught, that things that can actually contribute to what we are now seeing in the industry itself, offer more internships and mentorships, and also sponsor research and innovation. And in case you might have missed quite a lot out of the presentation, just a reminder, cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac, and perfectly put. Cybersecurity is something for all of us to take care of. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now go into the panel. I will be calling back Mr. Isaac Newton to come and grace us with his presence on the stage. Mr. Emmanuel Chagara from Milima Security. Mr. Maurice Tarema from Isaka, Kampala. And Dr. John Buri from Makerere University. Comfortable, everyone? Okay. So, point of this panel is for us to look at the cyber skills and that ecosystem within Uganda. We are always told the youth are the next, big thing. We are the next big thing, and eventually, something that we're looking to do within the cyber skills space. The gentlemen in the panel here are coming from education, industry, and they're here to share with us the ideas on how Uganda can be a cyber secure nation with a critical mass of professionals that are able to take this country and protect this country and secure our critical infrastructure. So I'll start with any of you as a quick fire question, right? We'll go right all the way to left. How would you assess the current state of cybersecurity, formal education, and workforce readiness in our country today? Where are we making progress, and where are the biggest gaps? We'll start with you, Dr. John.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the state of cybersecurity education, I would say, is promising. One, security is something which is highly focused. Highly focused in that it's very hard to integrate it with something else and then get a sufficient dose for someone to claim to be a professional. At the same time, it is something which needs somebody who is highly technical, because already security experts themselves can also be a threat where they work. So someone has to be highly technical and at the same time highly professional, I would say. So at training, I think below the university level, it's very little. Children study a little bit of computer science, study about a few things, not really a lot of it. At university, we have a conundrum where either we teach it as an independent program or we teach it in collaboration with other programs. For example, we can teach security within the computer science program so that students have some few modules of security. Now, the first model has its own weakness. One, we specialize quite early And I must say, it's very expensive to train these guys. So getting sufficient equipment, sufficient laboratories, to have a graduate of security after 3 or 4 years, quite expensive. And I must say also the tuition in Uganda is a little bit low, so it's not very easy to fund such an arrangement. And when you merge it with, with another program, the dose of security becomes a little bit less. So it becomes a bit hard to have a qualified security professional after the undergraduate degree. Therefore, the only way to have it done is either this person gets further certifications in security, or he proceeds to graduate level where he or she specializes in security. So in the process, you get many people in between there after the first degree looking for opportunities in security. They cannot easily come across them. And then to add on, they have to pay some extra money. So there is some element of confusion, I would say there. But at graduate level, I think it's good, because there we have fewer students, and also these students, the little equipment can be enough for them because they are few. And at the same time, they are normally at a position where they have chosen, or they find themselves in a position of work with digital security. So they tend to merge the academic and the practice environment. And then these graduate level students tend to be at a higher level, I would say satisfactory level, unlike the undergraduate level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jones. So clearly progress has been made largely at the tertiary level, and there's still work to be done at the secondary and nascent levels. Thank you. Maurice, your view.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And maybe I'll approach this from the professional angle, starting from where my colleague stopped. So after school, what happens? I don't know how many of us here can tell us how many cybersecurity professionals we need in the country. Or even worse, how many do we actually have? So many people usually say that it's only what gets measured that can be managed. And that's partly where the challenge could be. From the previous panel, everyone was asking for a common framework with which we can work. And so this is still one of the areas of value from regulators like UCC, like the central bank, like NITAU, for us to be able to inventory the professionals that we have and the professionals that we need. So from an ISACA perspective, I'll give you just a simple statistic. We've got currently 612 professional members. And of these, certified information security managers are 83. So, some, I see a number of them in this room. And those certified in risk are 41, certified in systems audit are 29. Those certified, now AI is the thing. So how do you apply AI in information security? We have 3. It's very new, but there are 3. And of course, there are other professional bodies that do offer certification, so these numbers are strictly for ISACA. But that tells you that probably we need to be able to measure. So because the universities indeed are pushing out graduates, we are pushing out people with the principles. But in the professional world, Mr. Bugembe here wants a certified professional because to maintain the ISO 27001 certification, he must have a certified staff. So let's have indeed that framework where we can actually measure, determine the numbers that we need, measure what we actually have, and then we can be able to move forward. But in a nutshell, I would agree with him that it's promising because each one of us here has come because of their zeal, their want to be professional, whether they are certified or not. The will is there. And so that is something that indeed from professional institutions we should fund so that the state of the profession, as one of our former ministers indicated, is flying up. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Maurice. Putting context to those numbers, something that stood out for me was when you mentioned you have 83 certified information system managers as part of the Kampala chapter.
The security managers, yes.
Security managers, right? When you think about it in context, we have 23 Tier 1 banks before you go into the non-government organizations, before you go into public sector. So if, let's say, 23 of those are already taken, that leaves you with just 50 security information certified managers for the rest of Uganda. So we do have work to do. So thank you very much for that, Maurice. Emmanuel, your take on it?
So my name is Emmanuel Chagara, the CEO of Milima Security and Milima Cyber Academy. So my position here, I'll be speaking more from the perspective of Milima Cyber Academy, which is a non-for-profit cybersecurity training arm. When we launched Milima Cyber Academy in 2019, one of the inspirations was to bridge the industry-academia gap, which is a very big aspect of the discussion that has already been had. At the time of establishing Milima Cyber Academy, an earlier assessment through the Africa Cybersecurity Report had indicated just about 400 cybersecurity professionals across the country. Since then, the numbers have changed, and I think also from Maurice's presentation, we see a big spike in the number of certified professionals. But again, the big question is, what are the yardsticks that we are using to measure? For example, over the 7 years of Milima Cyber Academy, we have trained over 2,000 professionals across various disciplines of cybersecurity and digital forensics. But another study that we conducted recently in collaboration with Financial Sector Deepening indicated that the banking sector was understaffed with cybersecurity and fraud professionals, putting it at only 262 professionals supporting the entire banking sector, that is from Tier 1 all the way to Tier 4. This also presented a shortage in the projections that Bank of Uganda had provided for the banking sector, which was about 568 experts, that is for cybersecurity and fraud. So already from these numbers, we see a very big gap in terms of demand, but then there are several yardsticks that we have to be alive to. But overall, when we see the perspective, or rather we see the overall landscape of cybersecurity professionals and skilling in the country, I think it's looking up. There are many professionals that are being trained every year. One thing I want to appreciate is the dynamics of this panel. My brother Maurice is representing the certification body. The gentleman at the edge is representing the hardcore academic pipeline. Milima Security is providing a very, very unorthodox cybersecurity talent development line. For us, we have many of these courses we have designed to address the practical hands-on needs of the industry. And that's also another conversation that I think we will be having in the course of this panel. So there is a very big question of what do we call an expert? And that has been a very big challenge, okay? Is an expert someone who has gone through the standard education channel, gotten a degree, a master's, has a CISA, CISME, CISSP? When do we call a cybersecurity expert an expert? I think that is one of the key questions that we should be addressing on this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emmanuel. I'd like to say a gospel you're preaching. Most of the questions we've had from the audience today have been from students and a couple of guys coming in from Maybe just a quick one for you, Emmanuel. Is there a minimum level of education for the guys who come to Milima Academy? Or can someone come out of S4, have the attitude, have the aptitude, and join Milima Academy and start training?
From 18 years, from senior 6, we take them in and sharpen their skills. In fact, many of them are ready as junior security analysts right from that training.
Okay, thank you. Isaac.
Thank you. Just to tap into what Emmanuel has said, and also just to let him know I was part of his third cohort at Milima, but also tapping into what Maurice said, and I think also what Emmanuel also said is that we have seen the gap now grow in terms of the number of cybersecurity professionals, but also we've also seen this as well happen now in a number of universities. Just like I said in my presentation earlier, that now we have more recognition in cybersecurity, that we have universities actually developing this content for us and also training students in the relevant field. The biggest challenge still remains, and also speaking from what Emmanuel and the statistics that Maurice shared, is that it's difficult to now translate that training into actual workforce-ready skills. Yes? So it's one thing to understand the concepts on incident response, and it's another to actually have been able to resolve an incident in a workplace. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Isaac. I'll start with you for the next section of it. There's a lot of work being done, Milima, universities, and the like. The question is, how can all the education institutions, all this education muscle, be used to harness artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, strengthen the cybersecurity education and practical skills development? You've already spoken to it, but if you may just speak to that specifically.
Yeah, I've already spoken to it, but I think if you pay more attention, even now, into the certifications that we are now seeing come up, you realize that there's an aspect of AI. The other day I was looking at the certification program for the ECCAN, so that's the Certified Penetration Tester program. Now you see that they are introducing components around AI as well, that you now have things like Shell GPT being implemented as well in the program itself, that students can now leverage alongside the theoretical knowledge that is in that program to be able to now see the practical side of cybersecurity or the concepts themselves. But also the research that we are now doing with AI is pretty much good. The standard is actually really good, because now you see AI is being used to actually do the analysis for the logs and so many other things. But to back away from that slightly, I think it's important now as Uganda that we should also start looking into building research that's also relevant to us, despite us leveraging these models, and we shall be able to have more impactful research that we can actually use to combat the threats that we are now facing.
Okay, thank you. Emmanuel, train the guys, send them out into the world. They meet courageous HRs who want 3 years experience for a graduate, right? Or an IT analyst or a security analyst. So typically young professionals having done the training end up in a cycle where they're being asked for experience, which experience they need a job to then gain that experience. What would be your advice to such courageous HR professionals, or how do we break that cycle nationally?
That's a very valid question, and also a very big dilemma from the hiring perspective. When I'm looking at a security analyst, I'm interviewing for a role as a security analyst, there are many dynamics that come into play. Where did you study from? What kind of skill sets do you have? Are you qualified for this role? But then we also have the big question, as you're asking, someone is fresh from university, they have the qualification, but they have not been trained elsewhere. I think the important thing that we have to now be conscious of is the question of what is experience. Experience for a long time has been assumed to be, I have worked in organization XYZ, now I'm here, I have 3-4 years under my belt, I want a job with you. But think about that 22, 23-year-old who you want to take in for a junior role in security. Why do you want them to have the 3-4 years? But at the same time, your concern of their technical capabilities should be valid. This is where the question of assessing experience becomes very important. One of the things that we emphasize throughout our training programs
is to ensure that while these students are going through this program, they have labs that they're training themselves in. They're able to demonstrate their capabilities in penetration testing, ethical hacking. They're able to do various catch the flag contests. There are so many hacking competitions that happen across Africa, and they actually accept participants from anywhere. Some of them are online participations, some of them are physical. For example, every October we host the National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and among the many activities in there is the CTF, the hacking competition. Last year, King Caesar won the award. Many of those students should take note of that as an experience that they should register. ISBAT is doing very well along those lines as well. So can we then ask that particular student, how do you document these experiences in your CV and then go with it to an HR and say, I have been in this hacking contest, I won here, or I have this number of labs that I've participated in, I have been able to break through these, perform maybe cross-site scripting, perform cross-site request forgery. These are the experiences that the HR should be asking for. HR shouldn't be asking for 10 years of experience. Let me tell you, you can have someone who has been employed 10 years, but when the rubber hits the road, that person cannot respond to a single cyber incident. Yet that young man that you're pushing away because they don't have any experience is able to tell you very diverse forms of threats, and they're able to actually identify realistic approaches to respond to them. So on our part as hiring authorities, we need to revisit the question of experience, know how to assess using the right yardsticks. I've been able to sit on several interview panels of many organizations. Many of you are here actually. But most times I bring a very contradictory approach to the whole evaluation. And sometimes we have to go back to the drawing board and say, no, we're not going to evaluate these guys using these things that you have brought. Let's evaluate them like this. And it turns out whenever they hire these experts, they become very valuable to the team. So we have to ask ourselves, how do we evaluate? And then on the side of the students, you should ask yourself, how do you document your experiences such that even if you don't have a single day of real employment, your experiences through labs, through CTFs, through various participations can count for you. I see that. So, and then of course, the last thing I would also say is opening up to apprenticeship programs. I want to encourage us that we should create avenues where we can allow these people to come in even 1 month, 2 months, do apprenticeship with the organizations. Yes, I know security is very sensitive, and most times security departments will not allow interns to touch sensitive stuff, and it's a valid concern. But at least you can allow them to do the basics, documentation of an incident, generating those basic penetration testing reports. It starts from there. That's how we can build an effective nation for ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Coming to you, Maurice, looking at the context of this panel, diversity, inclusion, the big thing, right? What practical steps can we take to broaden the participation of women, young people, and persons with special needs, right? As you can clearly see, there was a bit of oversight for us, but what would you suggest that the next time or next year we have this panel, there is a lady on the panel as well?
Thank you, Daniel. DAY was a very popular acronym years back. But I like the way you have broken it down here. So the first good thing I see is UCC has been very intentional in attracting diversity. I had very many questions here come from fresh graduates or people who are just completing. So that's a very commendable issue. I think the challenge is not in the people wanting the opportunities to participate in this digital ecosystem. However, the challenge is probably at the funnel. So here, I'll agree with my colleague Emmanuel that speaking to the HR professionals here, the hiring managers in here, that reduce the filter. Many of our filters were built for a workforce of 15, 20 years ago. But the kind of careers that we have now are a fusion of 5 careers of 10 years ago. So right now, someone coming out of school has to try and be about 3 things at the same time, or 4 things. I'm happy to say I'm a graduate from, then it was FCIT, computer science. But then I found myself in law school. And then I found myself in another school. So the kind of skills that are needed now are an amalgamation. So for those of us who are making decisions, let's look at the person that has come for this opportunity objectively and say, what can they best do? This person who is even visually challenged can still do something. I attended workshop recently for internet governance, and right at this stage, there was a sign language interpreter. And you know, I had not attended a conference like that before where there was a sign language person. So any other person there who was probably deaf and dumb could follow what was happening. That's inclusion. The women, I think, well, we are probably 50-50 or 60-40 on the side of women. So it's not about women per se, but when someone comes to the panel, the hiring managers, sometimes we want to ask, are you married, not married? Do you have children, or you know? When might the 9 months come? Okay? When you're thinking resilience again, those 9 months won't be a problem. You'll find a way around them, and we're able to take on everyone. So let's refine the funnel. For the cybersecurity professionals here, the rules in the firewall, let's allow more traffic to come in. Thank you.
More good traffic, you mean?
Yes, obviously. Okay. Good traffic.
All right. Dr. John, coming to you. Academia has played a significant role in ICT, human capital development. I left university 20 years ago, right? Which I made. How has Makere evolved? How has the curricula you're teaching graduates evolved that makes them ready for today's rapidly changing cybersecurity landscape?
Thank you. 20 years is a long time for you to have gotten out of the university. Please, you are welcome back.
It may be less than 20 years.
Thank you. But in terms of the evolution of the curriculum, first of all, I must say the setup of a typical university is really ripe for an evolving curriculum. At least we are under obligation to revise our curricula after 5 years. And therefore, after 5 years, we tend to look at what has been happening. In the industry, there are a lot of places where you can go and they really tell you what is happening. For example, RENU. RENU was just presenting before here. I must say RENU is a very good place for internship for our students. And even when you go there and talk to an officer in RENU, he will be able to tell you what he feels is missing, what is lacking, and so on and so forth. So we always use those interactions with the industry to understand what is possibly missing. But at the same time, we are active researchers. New things come in, you write a new paper, because when we are dealing with graduate students, we are dealing with original work. So we tend to look at the trends. And by the moment you come to revise the curriculum, you have an idea of what is happening. Sometimes you don't have a very good idea of it. But I'll give you an example of what is changing. When I did my undergraduate degree, we had one course on artificial intelligence and expert systems. Currently, artificial intelligence is having 6 courses at undergraduate. But they've been coming in one by one. Now, at one moment you think you are looking at artificial intelligence, then security comes in. For example, artificial intelligence is very strong in audit logging, whereby you can be able to analyze the logs and understand what has changed here and there. And while we audit logs, for example, at text level, we can also look at it at machine code level. So you realize that a lot of things change, and as they change, our role is to evolve the curriculum. And the curriculum, I must assure you, it's changing. Though it may not even be changing at the rate the industry wants, because we have our own limitations. For example, you can tell me, let's have such and such a thing taught, and we don't have a lab for it yet. Then that means that I have to first mobilize the resources for the lab and then involve it. So the changes are taking place, possibly not at the rate the industry wants it, but the university as an institution is a very active place for curriculum change. That you would expect, if a student, for example, overstays in the university for 3 years, that student will have to have his courses mapped, because by that moment, what he was admitted for has changed. So the rate of change is quite high, I would say. That's for undergraduate. For postgraduate, we normally have openings for bringing something new. We have courses like emerging trends. That one is a matter of me convincing my head of department that something is happening, I want to teach it. Once I justify it, I teach it. What I teach today in emerging trends, someone else may teach something different next year. So the university itself is, I would say, well mentored or well structured for this changing curricula. But it is delayed by things like funding, by things like equipment, even by things like human resource. Sometimes things can change and you're aware of them, and you don't have someone to teach it yet. Yep.
Thank you very much. Coming to you, Isaac, tying into what John just mentioned. Equipment is expensive. Specialist labs are quite expensive. Cybersecurity is a practical course. It's not something you learn in theory and it remains on paper, right? How can institutions share infrastructure, expertise, and training nationally in a way that then benefits the country? Is there a chance we see Milima offering a course unit on Dr. John's undergraduate course, right? Because there's a synergy between what Makerere is doing and what Milima is doing. Is there room for sharing infrastructure, expertise, training?
I believe that that's possible, but I believe it also starts with developing a shared national capacity. So it's expensive to set up, for instance, a cybersecurity lab. There's a lot of equipment that goes into that. But think of it in a way that what if we set up only one, let's say in one institution, for instance, and we were able to bring, or we were able to have other institutions tap into that very one solution. That would be an easier route for us. I think the research and education networks are doing quite a lot in this space. In the shared cybersecurity, for instance, the SAD that we are operating, we're playing quite a big role when it comes to that sort of space. But also, it becomes easier in terms of, let's say, the development of AI as well. RENU recently launched the National AI Strategy, the AI strategy, together with Makerere University. We pushed our bandwidth to network backbone to 200 Gbps. That alone is capacity good enough to support that national shared capacity model I'm talking about. So it's easier to set up such structures such that we can have collaborations with Milima, collaborations with Makerere, and other institutions are able to tap into that very shared cybersecurity space, because it's really expensive to set up a cybersecurity lab.
Okay. I guess the message has been heard at UCC. That national ICT facility that we have at Nakawa can certainly be, we can certainly have more people go there, or maybe have some of that put online, courtesy of UCC, for many more people who may not be physically able to reach the facility to get the training. Thank you very much, Isaac. So moving on to, now we have trained the people. We have seen it with doctors, we have seen it with house helps, we have seen it with so many professions in Uganda. Once they are trained, they move internationally or otherwise. To you, Emmanuel, how can we retain some of the cybersecurity professionals we have trained now that they have acquired the skills? Because cybersecurity skills are in shortage worldwide. For Uganda, now that we have done all that we have done and trained our guys, how do we keep them nationally, either through government or public sector? Any ideas?
Yeah, cybersecurity skills are short, and I think there's a global shortage of about 3.4 million experts. Definitely one who is highly skilled will be snatched. All the big guys, the MTNs, is MTN in the room, they will take the guys, so small guys won't be able to pay. But that still should not stop us from the bigger imagination. Instead of us worrying about losing talent, we should build a national workforce development program. Okay? We have to have intentional pipeline development, which comes first with strengthening local systems that increase the talent pool. Instead of us worrying about losing talent, we should worry about increasing the pool from where we can select quality talent, right? There are already many existing platforms, the likes of Milima, Refactory, plus many others. There are universities that are running cybersecurity training programs, but King Caesar, Tamu, name it. Can we increase the capacity of these institutions, or even better still, have many more of such institutions exist, such that we have a more structured pipeline development? It's important to note that Uganda's digital transformation strategy highlights cybersecurity as one of the 5 critical pillars. Also, the second pillar is skilling and development within the 5 pillars that we're looking at. So, looking at 2 critical pillars, it demonstrates the interest of the government to build strong and increased talent pool for the country. Recently, Uganda launched the National Information Security Framework, again, a framework that demonstrates the interest of the government in building capacity at a national level for cybersecurity. If this is true, and if there is interest as indicated in these frameworks and policies, can we then have structured pipeline development as well, such that we're able to measure capacity, measure the talent pool, and see how many are coming out into the industry? One thing I always like to mention is, for us to have cybersecurity experts, Ugandan cybersecurity experts, going into the diaspora shouldn't be seen as a negative thing, right? These guys may be working in Uganda and serving international communities through BPOs and the rest, or they may as well even relocate fully. But there is still a way we can tap that talent back and equip the local capacity. So we shouldn't see talent attrition out of the country as a negative thing, but rather we should see it as a capability for us to even increase our local capacity. But then also another thing that I would want to mention is on the question of remuneration. Many times we are losing talent because we are paying people at the most basic. If someone is securing your infrastructure, pay them something that is worth, okay? Whether be it at government level or even private sector, we should pay them something that's worth. And another thing that I want to bring up is a question of, when do you hire an expert? When do you hire a senior security analyst? When do you hire a junior security analyst? Many of our institutions advertise for junior security analyst roles only to give the man a senior executive role with a junior pay, right? You're brought in a 24-year-old, you're stretching the guy thin, he's not able to meet the expectations of the JD, or even if he's able to meet, the payment is not commensurate to the amount of work that they are doing. These are things that affect the whole industry. So on the part of the employers, we need to think about what is it that we are advertising for. You're calling someone junior security analyst, but they are serving 3 roles: network security, penetration tester, database security, ethical hacker, they are forensics experts. They are literally the entire security department, all right? But you're paying them a junior security role money. So these are things that I think we should be mindful of to reduce on the attrition. But overall, once we develop a national pipeline development program,
we are able to increase the pool in the industry, and from this pool, we can reduce the shortage or the attrition out of the country.
Okay, I think on that last note, we can potentially end here. Pay the people, guys, and also staff, the national pipeline development. Good points. Coming to you, Isaac. I'm going to do a quick fire round because I'm keen to give the last 5 minutes to the audience for questions. So, what would you change? Emma's spoken to staff, the national pipeline and the development of that. What would you change to improve cybersecurity skills in the country? You had one shot at it.
I think what I would change goes back to something that I also mentioned earlier, which is how we actually train cybersecurity to start with. When I look at, for instance, my journey and how I've moved through security, I would say what helped me most was being able to actually study cybersecurity at a practical level rather than a theoretical level. So the first thing, and actually the only thing that I would actually change, is how it's actually taught. From the theoretical side to something very practical, allow students to participate in these various competitions that Emmanuel has mentioned, capture the flags, and so many other competitions, because that is where the actual practice is. And then when it comes to translating that very practical experience into actual workforce readiness, it's easier for you to present that in front of an HR and say that I've participated in this capture the flag competition, I have solved this number of boxes, I've worked on this sort of incident, and possibly maybe I've also worked on a number of bug bounties and been able to discover this number of vulnerabilities. That is what I would actually change.
Okay, thank you. Maurice, one shot, what would you change that would improve cyber skills?
Thank you very much. From where I sit, the human usually is the weakest link in the digital ecosystem. And so coming from needing to measure what we want to manage, I think we need to start measuring behavior, measuring impact, not just saying how many posts have we sent, how many people came to the conference, but what were they doing 90 days after the conference? How long did they take to report an incident? The difference, someone reporting 4 minutes after seeing the flag or 4 hours later is the difference between an incident and a real ransomware hack. So let's start measuring the impact, let's measure the behavior, because that is what will drive true change in cybersecurity. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Measure the behavior, train differently, pay the people. Dr. John, what would you change?
Okay. Allow me to look at it from 2 perspectives. One is at a higher level. That's about sharing. We need to make sure that we share the facilities we have as much as possible. For example, if I'm training a doctoral student and the laboratory is in Mbarara, and normally we have friends there, it's very easy to go there for a weekend and do the experiments and so on. Coming up with the partial laboratories at different universities end up giving us more partial graduates. But at a lower level, I would look at training the community on cyber awareness. When you are online, you can see a lot of people saying, Museveni is giving out data, click here. And then at the end of the day, you wonder, why should the president send you data sincerely? So it becomes quite complicated to secure a naive community where simple lies can easily open them up to things like session hijacking. Someone carries a phone when someone already has permissions on it for a whole year just because he clicked once and is not even aware that my phone is being followed or something of that nature. So at the lower level, I would try to strategize on sensitizing the communities on the issues of security.
Thank you very much, Dr. John. So and thank you very much, gentlemen, for this. So I'll give a chance to 2 women to balance out the day for 2 quick questions. The lady in green. A microphone, please, for the lady in green at the first table on the right, to my right specifically.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Pauline Biachika Chiwika from Mbara University. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Mbara University of Science and Technology. And I'll make a comment, which is a comment of hope. I like the discussion. I'm a medical doctor, so forgive me if I don't speak too much of cybersecurity. But what the comment I wanted to make is that we as universities this year are overhauling all our curricula into competence-based education and training. The intake starting 2027 will all follow the competence-based education and training curriculum. What does that mean? It means that our students are going to spend more time in the industries and less time in the classroom. So there was a comment that the training is very theoretical. We are making it more practical starting 2027. And I'm glad that you're all here. I'm also glad that you spoke about the National ICT Facility. Please allow our students to come in as much as possible to gain these practical hands-on skills. And I'm glad that Emmanuel from Milima also spoke about that. Allow our students to come in. These students are very bright, and somehow they're different from the older generation. They pick up these skills very, very fast. And now I want to speak to the HRs in the room, human resource managers in the room. When it comes to employing these young people, change the way you see and think about experience, especially after we have rolled out competence-based education, because they will have this practical hands-on experience in the industries, and they'll be job ready. So you need to change the way you think about that. And I hope that we can sign as many MOUs as possible with the industry to get these students out of classroom and into the jobs. Even the assessment is going to change. We're going to be assessing them 40% in the classroom and 60% out on practical hands-on skills. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Another lady in black. We're out of time, so on the left. As the microphone moves, thank you very much for answering that question. I think we can certainly do more, even in industry, to let those people into the door. And I mean, as you say, most of these guys are bright. And also something else we see in industry, sometimes you're spending a lot of money securing, infrastructure against people who may not have even been in class, but they have the skills and they're able to cause damage. But with the right, training and shaping them, they could be certainly useful. So thank you very much for that. The lady in black.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tracy Adeke, and I am a DevSecOps engineer. My question is directed towards the statement, people are the weakest link in the chain of processes, technology, and the cybersecurity chain. I'd like to challenge that assumption because the person can be the weakest link, that's true. I can click a link. I can also be the strongest link if I notice the issue and report it. And I can also be the malicious link if I'm the one sending out the malicious attacks. So by that, I think that the human element is one with the most variable agency, which means it can be the strongest agency in the chain. So aside from the technology skills which we can learn, what can distinguish a cybersecurity professional and make them exceptional, aside from the technical skills which we can all learn? That's my question. Thank you.
Is it directed to someone specific on the panel, or anyone willing to take that? Okay, Dr. John.
Yes. Okay, I've been in part of cybersecurity research for about 18 years. And it's the first time I'm hearing a challenge that humans are not the weakest link. First of all attacks are to benefit a certain human. Even if it's an attack against a human or an attack against a machine or an attack against a software, it's normally to benefit a certain human. And quite often it's initiated by a human. So it's very hard a human to be toppled off the most dangerous part of the cybersecurity. At one moment, we thought even software is the highest, but sincerely, we still now believe software is the second. But we have to talk about it more, and maybe you need to justify it a little bit more, maybe over a cup of coffee or something, but humans have always been top because they are the beneficiaries.
Okay. Maybe to complement what Dr. Jonas said to the latter part as we hand over to Michael, it's also for us in the industry not to fear. If you're looking for a differentiation between experienced professionals and others, there's a tendency to fear people for whom incidents has happened to. But typically, for most professionals, once bitten, twice shy, right? So let's not run away from guys who might have had issues in terms of incidents, for example, because typically those incidents have, forged them into better people, right, as we go in the industry. I'm happy to hand back to Mike.
Daniel, I at the risk of annoying Dr. Michael, there was an element she asked about how she can excel or be different aside from the technical competencies. And the note I would like to make is that cybersecurity is not there for its own sake. So it's about how relevant you are. What objective are you serving as a cybersecurity professional? We are here, but we are plugging into the National Development Program. We are plugging into Vision 2040. So there must be a reason for what you're doing, and that's what will make you excel or be different from the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maurice. And thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to all of you. I'm certainly Wiser for moderating the panel with you guys. And thank you very much for all of you listening to us in the room and the excellent questions from the audience. I'm happy to hand back to Michael, Dr. Michael, for the rest of the program.
Can we give Daniel a round of applause? So what started as a joke yesterday seems to be sticking around. I mean, my brother John must be wondering, when did this happen? Because we spent years in Makerere together. Must be wondering at what time, at what point did Michael acquire the doctor? Sebo, Jotaba de Joe, like a doctor just landed on me like that. Now it seems to be sticking around much longer than I had anticipated. But I will not succumb to pressure. The mister is very okay. I will not succumb, because people have been saying, maybe it looks good on you, let it look good, but I will not succumb to pressure. The doctors will continue doing what they're supposed to be doing. So I will invite, I'm looking for someone to call here to come and give, my brother, been in this together, you come and present these plaques together. Baka, I'm talking to you, the way he turned and faced the other side. As we look forward to receiving Jordan Magala from PDPO. Daniel, a job well done. John, you will have this much as the J will be for John. My brother Emma, we struggle together. Isaac, we appreciate all the resources. And then Maurice, we give them another round of applause? Okay. This was very interesting. And I'll say this because I'm also invested in this area. The one thing that we struggle with, those of us that are in skilling, is having an idea of what our national demand is. NDP3 had, in that big document, there was an interesting number. And the number was 700,000 digitally enabled jobs. So I had a conversation with the team at NPA, and I asked, how did we get to 700,000? And can we break down the 700,000? Because digital enabled jobs can mean anything, not so. And they said, we're looking for tech. And again, I said, what is tech? Are you looking for people going to repair? Are you looking for mobile phone experts? What is tech? So part of this conversation, Isaac, Christine, from a cybersecurity perspective, and the team at ISACA, I think it is important we get to have an idea of what is our national demand and what is the regional demand. Because Emmanuel Chagara and I are like your mechanics. You're looking for somebody, in 3 months, we can get you somebody with the skills. And whereas we see the big global picture, sometimes we never get to appreciate the micro. At national level, could be macro, could be micro. But where is the demand? And what should we be skilling for? Because then we can have meaningful conversations with industry. We can have meaningful conversation with academia. We can create pathways where students come to Milima, come to Refactory. And in doing that, what are we creating? We are building an ecosystem that is just delivering talent. Not long ago, I had a conversation with the guys at Uganda Bankers Association. And they were saying, like it's happening in the market, everybody's picking from someone. And they are saying now, telecos have become banks. So telecos also becoming, they are hunting from them. But even fintechs are becoming big. So it's no longer picking bank from bank. The hunting ground or the hunters are many. It's even getting more complex. To those of us that are in academia, I'm glad Prof is here. I think there is a need for us to have a conversation, especially in the tech space, for opening up academia, people of practice. I don't know how you appoint them. They will not have your first class. They will probably not pass appointments board. A number of my friends I know in industry. They know that trade, they know how to do it. But if you're going to appoint them, it will be a struggle. And I know that will significantly improve. They may teach the same modules, by the way, but we'll approach them from a totally different perspective. Whether they are attached to some programs, and we should be able to try out these things. Why? Because for the time I spent in academia, one of the things that was evident was that the world outside was moving with or without us. And unless you intentionally bring the world outside to academia, by the time our students come out of the 4 years, 3 years, the things they thought were very critical have since moved. I just thought I would have that as a rejoinder, not to make another presentation. And with that, allow me to invite Jordan Magala, Compliance and Appeals Officer, PDPO, who is going to speak to us the next 15 minutes on protection of personal data, communication of breaches, and preservation of privacy rights during national cyber incidents. John, the floor yours.
A good afternoon to you all. My name is Jordan Magala from the Personal Data Protection Office. I'll be handing a presentation on how we can deal with personal data breaches and communicate the same. I'm hoping my presentation can be put up on the screen. Okay, thank you. So the outline, we shall look at brief introduction and then deal with data security breaches, what that basically means. We'll then delve into understanding the obligations that we have as different data controllers and collectors in regard to the Data Protection and Privacy Act, CAP 97. We'll then look at how we can preserve the rights of the different data subjects, even when we are faced with these personal data breaches, and then see how we face some challenges and how best we can mitigate these with practical measures. I'll start by briefly talking about the Personal Data Protection Office. For those of you that may not be aware of the office, it is Uganda's regulator for all data controllers and processors. All entities that collect and process personal data are regulated by the PDPO. And this is an independent office within the National IT Authority, or what you know as NITAU. And among our functions include the aspect of receiving breach reports. As different data controllers and collectors, whenever you suffer a breach, you're required to notify the Personal Data Protection Office. We shall then see how best the office can advise on how these breaches can be handled. Beginning with a breach, basically a data security breach is that event that results into the loss of confidentiality, availability, and integrity of data. And you may know the CIA triage. Once data has been accessed or acquired by any unauthorized individuals, then that amounts to a data security breach that is required to be reported to the PDPO. Now, things can go wrong. Many entities tend to think, we are too big, we have a number of systems in place, so I don't think we can be targeted. Others tend to think, no, we are too small, and I think they're looking out for the big fish. So things can't go bad our way. This is just a wake-up call to you all to notify you that, yes, things can indeed go wrong at any one point. Like we have already seen in Uganda before, a number of incidents where we've seen data breaches happening, and of course, involving personal data, which has also been affected. Now, we shall draw a distinction between a security incident and a personal data breach. And the way the law is framed, the Data Protection and Privacy Act, which establishes the PDPO, it does not necessarily define what a data breach is, and yet requires data controllers to notify PDPO of all data breaches. But this is being cured. We have developed regulations that will speak to some of these gray areas within the law, including aspects to do with how and when you can report these breaches. So a security incident basically is that threat or that event that threatens the CIA, the confidentiality and integrity of this data. But when we look at the breach itself, this is where data has actually been compromised and information has been accessed by any third parties that do not ideally have the authority to access this information. And like you may see some of the examples that distinguish between the two, between the data security incident, but also the breach itself that is required to be reported to the PDPO. It's important to note that every security incident, every personal data breach is a security incident, but not every security incident is a personal data breach. Because as is now, we do receive all sorts of notifications from different data controllers, different organizations, notifying us even of incidents that ideally are not supposed to be reported to us, and we only focus on the breaches. These are some of the common causes of the data breaches, including aspects to do with human error, where, for example, you are supposed to send an email to a different individual, and then you send this email to someone who ideally does not have the authority to have information contained in that email. That can be one of the causes of these breaches. Then we have aspects to do with lost or stolen devices, scenarios where, for example, you're walking downtown and your laptop is grabbed and information is unlawfully accessed. That can result into a breach. One of the other common causes we've seen is the weak passwords. These days it's quite often that people use their date of birth, their children's names, their own names as passwords and use the same password for a number of different applications. That makes it very easy for anyone to crack and access any data unlawfully in case they're able to get a hold of that password. So it's important that we take note of that as well. Then, of course, when it comes to cloud storage, sometimes this can be misconfigured and then resulting into a number of breaches. But beyond that, these tend to be, the ones in green tend to be more of the human and process errors. And then the ones in gray, you can see most of those are technical and external causes of some of these breaches. Things like ransomware, social engineering, and phishing scams. It's very common these days to see people sending a number of links around. Jobs in the UN, a number of links like the president giving out money. I think most recently there was a link to do with HeartAid. Don't know if we had any investors here. But through some of these links, people are able to lose and suffer breaches because many of them could actually be attacks that are targeted at different videos. So it's important to take note of these and also know and have measures in place to deal with them. When a breach happens, the question would be, what ideally are we supposed to do? What are we required to do? But the very first thing is, even before it happens, we need to prepare for this breach. And that preparation includes things like having a risk assessment conducted to assess what risks you face as an organization and how these can actually be mitigated. Aspects to do with having a data breach response plan. I don't know how many of us here have these plans in place in our different organizations that speak to how, as an organization, we respond to a breach in case it happens. And beyond that, being able to communicate these plans to the different employees. Many people tend to have very beautiful plans on paper, but when practically, the employees are not even aware of what they need to do in terms of managing these breaches. So it's important to have those trainings as well conducted. Now, beyond preparation, the other aspect is to do with detecting and analyzing these breaches. When you suffer a breach, do you have, for example, particular tools that can assist you with detecting and monitoring your systems to ensure that you're able to have these incidents detected in real time? And of course, the detection and analysis phase also includes gathering the evidence that you will need to to support the breach reports that you notify the PDPO of, but also dealing with any future such incidents that you may suffer. The other phase is in containing, and of course, this includes notifying the affected data subjects, following, of course, guidance from the PDPO in case there is need to notify those affected by that particular data breach. And lastly is the post-incident activity, where now you need to conduct maybe refresher trainings or be in position to upgrade your systems to speak to any new or emerging incidents and attacks of some of these breaches. We'll then look at the obligations to report these data breaches to the PDPO. The timeline is that the law requires that whenever you suffer a data breach, you're required to notify the PDPO immediately. But then the challenge we've been having is how immediate is immediately, because it could be 4 hours to another person, it could be 4 days to the other, and this is not defined within the law. But like I mentioned, the regulations we are developing, they should be out this financial year. Speak to a timeline that you'll be required to notify the PDPO in case you suffer any breach. And of course, this breach report includes a number of areas that you're required to report on, including things like the nature of the breach, what categories of data have been involved in terms of personal data, whether it's sensitive or a general category of personal data, aspects to do with any measures which have been implemented so far to contain that breach. And then from this, the PDPO is able to also assess and guide on how best this can be handled. This breach report is submitted through the Form 7 in the regulations, which Form 7 has since been digitized and can now be submitted on the PDPO portal, as well as an email for us to receive that breach, but also guide on how best this can be handled. Now, some of the challenges we've seen in handling these breaches include things to do with the timely notification, because, like I mentioned, the law says you should report immediately, but then you may find that you may have nothing to report on immediately. You may need some sort of time to assess or gather evidence, or even do internal investigations before you can actually report and notify the PDPO. So that's a bit of a challenge that we've seen. The other is the institutional capacity, that many entities don't have the capacity to either detect the breaches in time or even assess and stop any such incidents from happening again. The other challenge is that of cross-border data flows. Because we are now in a digital world, we tend to transfer personal data across different jurisdictions. And of course, this becomes a challenge where, for example, we're depending on a third party in, let's say, South Africa, and they suffer a breach at that particular maybe cloud service provider. It becomes a challenge being in position to assess the impact, being in position to even investigate some of these breaches and guide on how best these can be handled. The other challenge is in managing data subjects, because, if I hear that, let's say, a particular bank has suffered a breach, and I bank with them, then as a data subject, I'll be interested in knowing if my data has not been affected. So how this can be handled and how they can be notified is also a bit of a challenge, because you then balance and strike the balance between the duty you have to be transparent, but also to protect your reputation as well as an organization. And of course, that speaks into the aspect of public communication. Many entities don't want to publicly come out and say, you know what, you actually suffered a breach, and this is what happened, because, again, it can lead to loss of trust that these entities and different stakeholders may have in us. And then that last one on awareness has also been mentioned here, that many people actually are not aware of how these breaches can actually come about. People are being sent phishing emails, are being sent a number of links, and do not take the time to be cyber aware. But we are working together, of course, with different regulators to fix some of these gaps. For example, the awareness bit, in the previous financial years, the PDPO, we've worked with NITAU and a number of other stakeholders to raise awareness on not only data protection, but also cybersecurity in the Beraku Guard campaign that we launched sometime last year. We'll now go into the practical measures. What do we need to do in terms of managing some of these breaches? One, we need to build a foundation. beyond appointing a data protection officer or a DPO that you might have in your different organizations, have they been empowered to actually address some of these breaches, having the technical knowledge and skills to respond, detect, and analyze some of these breaches, or even the teams they work with? But beyond that, also conducting a risk assessment that can be in position to show you what position you are internally in terms of a risk that you may suffer across the different systems or processing activities that you have. And of course, while you're processing the high-risk processing activities, or those that include a special category of personal data, like health data, financial data, and the kind, those require you to conduct what we call a data protection impact assessment, what we call a DPIA, which can also be in position to guide you again on your risk position within the organization. There's an aspect of implementing security measures. We have a number of them, right from encryption, the role-based access, both technical and organizational measures that can be in position to speak and safeguard you from these breaches. I talked about a breach response plan that ideally needs to be put in place in the different organizations to ensure that you have procedures in place to respond in case any of these breaches happens. Then, of course, conducting internal privacy audits beyond having the normal financial audits that you conduct internally as organizations. There is need to have privacy audits conducted. And as a PDPO, we've empowered you with this. We have developed an audit manual for privacy audits and also a template that can be used for the different entities to conduct these audits internally, even before we come to do the regulatory audits as the office. And then of course, lastly, the aspect of the third parties. We do work with a number of different stakeholders to achieve our different objectives. But it's important that we vet them beyond just the normal compliance obligations, but even understanding their privacy structure, understanding whether they take data protection as seriously as you do. Things like having policies in place, confirming whether they've suffered any breaches before, reviewing their security policies. All these go a long way in ensuring that whichever vendor you bring on board is actually able to manage the data that you're sharing with them. Now, the role of the PDPO in handling these breaches, as the office, when you report a breach, what do we do about it? One, of course, we assess the breach, assess the risks involved, and also offer guidance on how these can be dealt with. Beyond that, we can direct the organization to take particular corrective measures that will be in position to reinforce the privacy and security structure of the organization. And of course, this goes a long way in ensuring that as Uganda, as a nation, we are able to protect our cyber position and ensure resilience and trust in our digital systems. With that, I want to thank you so much for listening to me, and I'll hand it back to Michael. Thank you.
I think we can do better. Let's give him a deserving round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Quite an informative session. And these sessions, I think, platforms like these are very critical. But I also hope that you also have opportunities to engage audiences that are not necessarily this type of audiences, because this whole data protection conversation seems to be more weight, especially to leadership and boards. Every time you talk about data protection, it feels like, because we are working backwards. We are working to align ourselves. We are working to ensure that we are compliant. But even the teams in the organization, the lapses are just continuous. So let's keep the conversation going. Allow me now invite Joshua Mbeire, the President, Internet Society of Uganda, who is going to share with us in 15 minutes, strengthening cybersecurity awareness and user behavior in the digital ecosystem. Welcome with me, Joshua, to speak to us.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Joshua Impeire, the sitting president of the Internet Society, Uganda chapter. I am here to make a presentation on strengthening the awareness and the behavior, user behavior within Uganda in line with the cybersecurity. But before we get deep into that, I felt we should also first talk about the situation that we have. I looked at a couple of statistics from the UCC. Most times we are telling us about the number of people now using the internet. My interest was more in the applications that are being used, because this discussion I'm bringing to you on awareness is mostly about the lower people, the Muntu wa wansi. When you look at the statistics, you'll notice that TikTok, I was actually surprised, TikTok has already gone above WhatsApp. That's telling, TikTok is videos. That's already telling you that these are the Muntu wa wansi indeed. And those are the guys we want to target. Most of the discussions you've been having here are of technical people, the ISPs, the telcos, the banks. But the person who's going to hack you is not going to go direct at the big guy, the knowledgeable person. He's going to go through the lower person. That email that he sends or that small message in a WhatsApp group goes through your Ascari, through your Wi-Fi, and they hit the whole organization with a ransomware. Looking also into now the actual problems. They gave us the technical problems, ransomware, digital fraud, data breaches, supply chain and third-party compromises, all the way down to AI-enabled cybercrime. Now, those are things that most people don't know. When you talk about ransomware, nobody understands what you're saying, right? When you look at the awareness based on another statistic, 48% of the people, they are aware of cybersecurity. Only 13 understand it. All right? And why? Why are the root causes? The root causes are that we are working in a fragmented efforts. We are not working in harmony. So you might come here and you're only speaking to yourselves. You're telling yourselves about all this malware that is going around. Statistics, very nice. The amount of money being lost, the situation in Africa, and then another crazy statistic, 12% of girls have been asked for intimate images online. So when we get now into the gaps, the previous speaker talked about awareness gaps. I try to break them into just 3 categories. The first one is knowledge. Knowledge of just password hygiene, data protection, of AI-driven threats. After we are done with knowledge, there is even the reach. This conference is being held right here in Kampala, in the CBD. But the people out there, you're not reaching out to them. There's also the issue of reporting. When most people are hacked, when their money is stolen, they will not reveal because it's embarrassing. It's actually embarrassing. So let's get into what I would give are the 6 pillars on the responses that we can have for awareness. Number 1, we need to communicate in local language. Let this communication go down to local language. All right? Number 2, let's get this cybersecurity talk to each and every one. The people here, you're actually talking to yourselves. There are people like the young people. I heard about a few students here, but there are those youth who are using TikTok down the village. They don't know about what you're trying to do and trying to propose. They are the elderly people. I've seen I'm in a bank and they are telling me, oh, but why don't you use the app? Why don't you use the app? Of course, I know I can use the app. And there's also an old man there, they're saying, hey, but sir, you can always use the app. I am also avoiding the app. You're telling the old man to use the app. Bank guys, please also understand these people. There are people you see and you're like, no, this guy, it's not a wise move. I personally separate. The one for the app is of very small money. The other one is where I put the other, where I literally write. All right? There's the issue of PWDs. I'm glad the head of ISACA also mentioned this. We are in a conference. We should have sign language, really. Because this is a national conference. We are trying to reach out to each and every one. All right? These are the people we need to focus on. Because rarely, if you look at the amount of money per person being stolen, is from the lower people. The data breaches are on the lower people who don't even know. Those are the guys we need to go get. And it is through those guys that the guy of ransomware gets to the top. Another thing is, which was also mentioned here, we need to put cybersecurity down into the education, all the way from primary. We talked a lot about, I think a guy from Milima talked about by senior 18 years. But there is some basic cybersecurity everyone should know. It should be embedded into the curriculum, at least on a basic level, and then the people can keep growing with the ideas. Also, we talked about a hub. Let that hub be open, let it be public. Let's increase certifications for cybersecurity experts. Personally, I'm a software developer, but listening to this, I know that there is a big market out there for cybersecurity. Actually, when they ask me, I tell guys, just if you want to go IT, focus on these 2 or 3 things. Always keep an arm, even if you say networks, something else, keep an arm in cybersecurity. At least know the basics, all right? Next is on regulation and enforcement. This was a big one. We need to adopt the bank style of managing cybersecurity. Have enforcement measures like the banks do. They have auditors, you have external auditors, you have all these things that you must do as a must, not as a begging. You're not begging. Let's continue to require each and every platform to send out these messages. I'm glad the banks always do that. They keep sending you, remind you, please don't share your password, don't share this, which is a good thing. Now that should be mandated for each and every platform. The e-commerce platforms should also be doing the same thing. And then we need to have penalties. I'm a firm believer in stick and carrot. After all the talking is done and things are refused, we go stick and carrot, and then you'll be able to solve your problems. Another key thing is on collaboration, which I'm glad everyone has talked about. I would like for the next conference to also indulge in the people in the legislature. Invite guys from parliament, the councils, because those are the guys who make the laws. They pass the laws. You may come talk all your beautiful technical English, it has to go through the law. And has to be well written, otherwise it will be repealed like one of the laws we had. And with those people, you're able to reach the lower people. Then I'm glad also that at least there's some work being done by the different players as you've listened to. We need to continue to do that. We need to continue to collaborate. There is a beautiful thing that Anita is doing, the Berako Guard. That is please carry it on. That is how you take the message down to the people so that you can strengthen their awareness and make that behavior change. This conference, let's continue to have this conference, maybe even have a regional level. And even us within the Internet Society, we do have a conference, the Internet Governance Conference, where cybersecurity, AI are always the top topics. Let's continue to collaborate, innovate, and do research. Now, as the Internet Society, Uganda chapter, for those who don't know, this is a member chapter of the Global Internet Society. Our focus is always on building a secure internet, a trustworthy internet, a safe internet, and for everyone. So cybersecurity directly talks to what we advocate for, a secure, a safe internet. And that's where I'm glad that the UCC was able to invite us also to indulge in this conference. And what have we done on our part? And most of these things I'll tell you are with collaborations. Building the champions, we have been championing the online safety for children and even PWD inclusivity, conducting research on the internet uptake within schools and the communities, convening the Internet Governance Forum, which we have done for the past almost 15 years. We have also been supporting the Uganda Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum, which was launched last year. So we figured that these people need to come into the talk. Otherwise, you keep talking about cybersecurity, there is no law passed. We need to get the law people to also understand what we are talking about so that it's easier for them to pass these laws. We continue to promote cybersecurity through our School of Internet Governance, where cybersecurity is always one of the key topics. We have done a lot of skilling, such as the IPv6 training and certifications. We've mentioned certifications here. Please join with us and we continue to build this momentum, as well as encryption and online safety trainings. So, the takeaways for today, what are we going to do? One, communication in local languages on cybersecurity awareness. Two, cybersecurity for all people, including the vulnerable people or the underprivileged people. Cybersecurity needs to be institutionalized in the education system. And within the training institutions, we need to enforce and regulate on cybersecurity, that's yours, laws, policies, guidelines, and continue to hold multi-sectoral collaborations with each other. From the Internet Society, we are always ready to work with each and every one of you. We are open doors, open to institutional membership and individual membership. Thank you.
Okay, what I can say is that these are really informative conversations that are happening, and we got for the last one before we break for lunch. One of the things I'm going to request after this presentation, we will break for lunch. The reason we want to break for lunch early, is also to encourage you to go through the booth, the exhibition area. So, as I invite Daniel Biekwaso for his 15-minute, I will require that you first, once we are done here, you go to the booth. When you come back, you get your coupon for lunch. It works, eh? It works, eh? So the coupons will be given out in the exhibition area. If you want to eat, exhibition. It works smart, eh? So Daniel Biekwaso, who is the manager of cybersecurity, architecture, design, and planning, MTN Uganda, please come and speak to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I always like doing this just to remind myself. Thank you, Doctor. In this presentation here, this is not about hyping AI. It's just talking about the reality of AI and how we are at MTN, how we are handling the AI use cases. And the premise or the core to this is that statement there, AI assists, but humans remain accountable. So that is very critical because if you just go auto AI, who is going to be accountable for the actions that are presented or that come out of it? So what we have here is just talking about what AI is providing us at the moment. So it's a double-edged sword, right? While the AI attacks are becoming prevalent, also on the defensive aspect, we are also gaining a lot from it. There's a very large volume of logs and incidents and attacks, and keeping the human doing the same work they used to do before all of this happened becomes practically, impossible in a way. So it improves our defensive capabilities, but when you look at it, there also is an operational reality. Telecom specifically, there is a lot of data, and there are a lot of systems. You look at the IT systems, you look at the APIs, the apps, you look at the core side of the network, and that's a totally different, those are totally different systems, all in all. You're looking at customer channels, you're looking at all the partner connections that are there. So the reality means it's extremely complex when you're dealing with the telecom sector. But the core is that everything has to be done with control in place. All AI deployments have to be done with control in mind. So what you have here is we need to be accountable for all the decisions that are made. This is really, let's say, a tree or a model that we use where you sense, so just assessing the tickets that are coming through, the incidents that are coming through, the logs that are coming through. We use it to triage, triaging is just finding out, determining how critical maybe an incident is. Just like with the doctors, how they triage on how badly off a patient is. So AI can help us do that. We use it to recommend possible solutions. We put the human in the loop for approvals to happen. And then, obviously, the learning is always continuous. So this is really the landscape that we're talking about. The speed at which threats or attacks are happening has increased greatly. You'll see here that, and this is a global stat, but Microsoft says this is in 2025, it was handling 4.5 million new malware daily. Imagine that's what it's blocking. So the rate and the speed has increased greatly. And that is something we have to take into account. Now, AI is an attack surface of its own. So, we've been having all these other, attack surfaces that we manage within the organizations, but AI has now become one of those that we have to be very, very cognizant on. So what you have is, if you have shadow AI, and this is just as it sounds, AI in the shadows, right? So you have your staff having, their own AI tools they are using. They end up uploading all the sensitive information of your organization, and you have no control of that, And then maybe you have your IT staff who are experimenting. So they have their models deployed. You don't know where that data is being sent to. This is an attack surface. Maybe you have AI deployed, a chatbot or whatever, and the input that's coming through is actually enabling threat actors to exfiltrate data. So AI in itself, whatever systems you deploy, have to be treated as an attack surface. And then obviously, fraud, social engineering has become very, very complicated. Recently, I think sometime last week, BBC published an article about, very shortly though, they published an article about a parent. She had sent out her kids, and they had gone to a party, and then she received a call, and it was a threatening call. One of the kids was crying, you know, and then someone else picked up the phone and said, "This is a ransom, you know, I want money," and hung up. So good enough, this parent called a friend, and they said, "No, we're here with her at this party. We are still here together. And our voices are out there. And deepfakes are real. So someone can actually, the CEOs who are here or the executives, someone can replicate your voice so well that your CFO issues out money so effectively, or you can't be in that same situation." So it's becoming very, very complex. And the reason I brought that up, the BBC article, is what the lady, what they ended up recommending is maybe you can have some secret codes among yourself, department, or, a simple word. I don't know, if I say yo, that's, then you know that's me. That's not out there, and no threat actor will know it, but even secret codes within your family could be a way of helping you survive. So it's becoming a very complicated landscape, and it's something to be cognizant about. We won't go into these statistics, but it's basically speaking to the same thing. One thing you see here in 2025, IBM was saying 13% of organizations reported breaches, from AI models. And most of these breaches came up because there were no security controls in place. So you have organizations deploying AI, but ungoverned AI. And that's where problems come in, because you've not catered to that attack surface, that new attack surface that you have created. So you have, what we have here is a statement that is critical, which is AI-enabled security is not only a technology opportunity, but it is also a governance opportunity and evidence and a trust opportunity. I think there was a lot of discussion about trust yesterday. Customer trust. I think every business runs on that. So if it's deployed just like that, the chances of losing that trust are very high. Now, this is a ladder that we use. It's the automation ladder that we use. I think one of the key discussions is shouldn't be a debate of whether you will ever use AI or deploy it in your organization. You need to, but how do you deploy it? So it needs to remain governed. So this is what we really use, this speaks to the maturity. What you have on the left, on my left, is very low risk deployments of AI. And let's say in cybersecurity, you're using it to observe, you're using it to enrich your cases. So in observability here, you're just using AI to summarize alerts, classify some of those signals that you're receiving, and then you're using it to enrich your data. If you've used, I think it's Defender, Microsoft Defender, they have the AI capability where whatever they detect on a system, they will summarize it for you, saving you the time to go and search for it online, go and try to correlate what is this file in the operating system. So all of that, those are use cases where if you're collecting your logs, these two are very low risk, which means you can adopt so that it can assess and help your SOC team. Now, where the risk starts to materialize in recommendations. Because when it recommends after assessment, a recommendation could be, turn off this system. But what if it's a false positive? and then you're losing. Every system you turn off probably might equate to the amount of money you will lose as an organization. So the recommendation is where human review is needed. Someone can say, AI should be moving at speed, but the human review, you will say it's slowing it down, right? But if we look at the risk, then you realize that, initially we said who remains accountable, it's the human. So if you just let AI run loose, the organization is accountable for any repercussions. So review is very critical because then you can know if the assessments that have been, or the reports that have been produced and the recommendations are valid for you to proceed. So the ladder gets a bit higher there, and then you're talking about the workflows that you're going to put in place. And those workflows are, it's just playbooks of what will happen when something is detected using AI. And from the recommendation it has done, is it actually true? And then, these playbooks that you're preparing guide the execution. And now that is the level where the highest risk is. And that execution has to be done initially in a contained or constrained environment. You don't want to let loose on your organization. I think you've had, there've been cases, I think it was Amazon and then some other organization where they reported it deleting some database and recreating it, because maybe it detected there was a fault somewhere. Now imagine if this is your critical database, that would be scary. So the execution phase has to be very controlled execution. We do not just let it loose. I have a friend who deployed Copilot, and they've been doing a lot of things, developing code and things like that. And someday they just came in and told me, man, I have to format my laptop. What happened? I set it to approve everything. When you're developing, every time there is something to execute, it says approve, approve. So I just said approve everything. And he had been operating for like 2 weeks straight perfectly. And then one day it went ahead and did things that spoiled his system. So you imagine that control has to be set up, and it needs to be in a very, very controlled environment. So moving on quickly. You feel very important if you're the person holding people from their lunch. I'm feeling special right now. So what we have here is just responsible AI, how to go about it. So, and again, this is a cybersecurity use case. But, you're collecting telemetry. You're collecting a lot of data from all your systems. You have EDRs, you have SIEMs, you have your identity and access management platforms. All of that telemetry, you can then put it in an AI model, just understand it, and because AI is exceptional at pattern recognition. That's how it understands. It's not like us humans, the way we understand. It's very different. So it's exceptional at that. And then when you're now taking it, and again, this is another aspect, if you're trying to look at fraud, all the analyst use cases, you have a human reviewing that. I talked about controlled deployment, but the key thing here that I've not talked about yet is the records, logs, auditability. That's one of the key things for deploying AI. You need to always go back to be able to go back and look at what it performed. So, and here I want to just proceed. There is a big countdown here that I've just noticed. Great. So these are some of the use cases that we have deployed. And you can see here we have it as in SOC automation. So AI, we use it for all the signals that are coming through. I mean, I talked about how complex the environments are. So you have signals coming from every single system, and you need to make sense of them. The speed at which they are coming means a human will not have the capacity to interpret them and to make the right decisions. So that's where AI comes in, and we use it to correlate, assess which ones are cases to give priority to, and which are the cases maybe not to, so that you just know where to concentrate. And then obviously we use it, it's what is reducing the noise within all those logs that are coming through. And obviously we do it in a safe space. So everything has to be contained and approved in order to proceed. So that's one of our use cases that we have. The second use case, I know yesterday there was a lot of discussion about shifting left, involving security in the onset of every project. You have all those discussions before even the coding and everything. You have to involve security in there. That was beaten down yesterday. So this is a case of involving AI even in that discussion. People have workflows, can use it to just do some risk mapping. Where could the issues come from and things like that? How do we integrate with this securely? So it is used in there. We use it you see, when you have your source code for the developers, AI helps in identifying any dependency risks or any vulnerabilities, and that's critical. So that's just static application security testing. And we have, for example, examples here you can look at, like Microsoft's M-Dash, which really deploys AI agents to just assess the code and run all those simulations before giving you a verdict, and to support you, make sure that you're not pushing out rogue code. You'll have multiple tools here, including Fortify and etc. Then there's the dynamic testing, which is your application is running, and now you want to test all those things, SQL injections, cross-site scripting that someone talked about. All of these scenarios, AI will simulate this and helps us make sure that we are deploying the right applications. Now, and also, negative test cases, it helps us there. And someone could be saying, okay, AI, do I have to just deploy it separately? I'm sure so many of you have been with vendors who sell AI even when they don't have the actual use case. But so many vendors, even on our side, you look at it and you're looking at the vendor. If in their roadmap they don't have AI, you get worried. And it's the reality. So having it means even the tools you have AI in them, and you should inquire about them. So that AI capability is all there. And obviously, the third use case here is red teaming. Oh, is that a bell? Lunch is important. So I'm about to finish. So the third use case that we have is in red teaming. So normally when you need to test the controls you have in place, you'll hire a pen tester to do that for you. But AI is doing a good job when it comes to pen testing now also. Obviously, you need the external pen testers to verify also, but AI is doing a good job here. So we had this scenario in a very controlled environment, obviously, where we were able to test if our tools are working well. So it can simulate ransomware. It can simulate spanning up a process, and then if it branches out, it's something else. It can do all of that, the lateral movement and things like that, if you have put it in a controlled environment. And you can imagine that lets you know if your EDR is actually valuable. Is it missing something? And this actually presents that double-edged sword that I talked about. It means you're not the only one who has the capability, and so many of us in here don't have that capability, but it means someone out there has it. That just speaks to how we should adopt AI even in our defenses. And then agents. We use AI agents for incident response. So a security analyst, from the SOC, the Security Operations Center, the guys who really monitor the security incidents that are coming through, they've adopted AI in this case because it's doing the triage. So it does the analysis, gives you that summary, and then from there, you can go on to have actions to do. It even gives you the recommendations, which is great. So there is that use case. And then one of the other use cases is in fraud detection. So I think there was discussions of, for example, at SIM swaps yesterday, and we use AI in just verification. Normally, I think the MTN SIM card swap is one of the most stressful things. I don't know how many of you have gone through it. Not stressful in a bad way, but the requirements are so many. And you take a photo with your ID and then the SIM, and there's a lot of that. But that verification in the back end of, is this the person on the ID? Does their picture match and things like that? That eyeballing, we have AI taking care of that, so it can help us there. But also, like I said, in terms of pattern recognition, it helps us to be able to determine, for example, fraudsters. There is a use case we have there where, these calls, there are all these detections of if someone is, for example, making multiple calls within a given time frame, or they are, there are people who make calls and they just add one digit. If it ends with 2, they add a 3 after the. So all of those patterns and more are also able to be detected. And someone might say, but I received a call yesterday, from a fraudster. But these happen, and it has reduced the number of frauds a bit, and it will continue to improve that as we go on. But anyone can be a fraudster even right now. You could call anyone, that's what makes it a bit complicated. But even in that use case, we have a human in the loop to verify that what has been identified as a fraudster actually is. So there's some extra checks just for accountability. I hope I've not skipped anything. Yeah, so to wrap up, Doctor, do I have like 5 more minutes? Okay, to wrap up, these are some of the challenges that we have with AI. Prompt injection, where you can just tell the AI to return data that it's not supposed to. In other words, you're manipulating the way it's being returning data. Sensitive data disclosure, you might end up on the data protection office's list. You end up disclosing data that you're not supposed to. And other issues here, which is improper output handling. I think this is the last one. So, as people who adopt AI responsibly, you need to have governance in place. I hope all organizations, it doesn't matter if you're big or small, have some AI policies in place that help you. Have AI policies in place that guide your staff, that prevent shadow AI and things like that. You have to consider data protection. So, is your data encrypted? Which kind of data are you processing? All of that has to be put into consideration. Where are you processing it from? I think the gentleman previously is the one who can explain that very accurately. Obviously, in identity and access, so in order to access these tools, you have to have strong identity and access management. Monitoring is key for whatever is being done, all the error rates, all the misuse that's happening. You need to be able to detect it. You have to have operational controls, which is what I've stressed a lot. There has to be someone accountable and who can approve in case of a decision or an action that could affect your customer. And then assurance, so you do some pen testing, do your due diligence when you have AI deployed. And auditability, I think it's under monitoring, really. All the actions performed by the AI should be auditable and understood. Thank you. That's all from me.
Can we give him another round of applause? I know initially we had planned for a Q&A kind of session. What I like to propose is that we break for lunch now. These conversations continue. When we return, we'll have an opportunity, about 20 or so minutes, for us to have a quick interaction. Because if I start the Q&A now, I'll extend everything else, and I really want us to be able to catch up on time. So it's 1:02. I'm going to invite Christine. You can come and help me present these plaques to our speakers. But let's put together our hands for the three speakers. Very informative. We'll start with Daniel. We have Becca, presented by Jordan Magara. And then Joshua. Please stay for a photo. You have to account that. Let's have a group photo with Christine this side. Thank you very much. So, as Daniel was presenting, I was reminded I was, prompting. I'd done an assignment with one of the AI tools. Then the next day I did another assignment and I said, please insert the logo. So this AI tool says, where is the logo? I said, but I gave it to you yesterday. And the response was like, I don't have memory. I don't remember what you gave me yesterday. I was like, or whether, even when I was trusting you. So as Daniel was presenting, I was like, the human capability remains foundational. One of the things I tell the people that go through our programs, because I get a lot of questions from the different people who say, do you have any relevance now that AI can write code? And my response is very simple. Since it can, you write it. They're like, don't feel too good on us. You'll soon have nothing to do. I'm like, well, I have seen quite a number that have attempted to use, who don't have background or context in terms of writing software, attempt to use AI to write code. But they spend almost 5 times the time and probably even call a developer to come and help them. What am I trying to say? For AI to improve your productivity, domain knowledge remains paramount. Enjoy your lunch, but remember the coupons at the exhibition area. You don't seem to be excited. You're not. Well, the organizer of the conference has said, that's why you pick it. I'm only announcing, so don't shoot me. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back at exactly 2:15. We'll start the last session, and I am hopeful that by 4 p.m. we'll be closing today. Thank you very much, and God bless. The final panel, I know I had also said we will have a bit of a Q&A, but some of the speakers are not yet here. So in the interest of time, let me deal with this panel and also request that if you have very specific questions for any of the people that were on the panel before, feel free. I am pretty sure they will not feel offended if you walk to them and said, I wanted to consult on something. So I will invite Isaac Newton Wamboba from RENU, Milton Sabiti from URA, and Japhet Arito from Airtel Mobile Commerce. Are the three here? So we'll wait for Mr. Arito. Gentlemen, you can take your seats. And the conversation this afternoon is largely going to be on cross-sector collaboration in cybersecurity, the challenges and opportunities. So we have somebody from the academia, somebody from government, and the private sector being represented by Airtel. I will give it another 1 or 2 minutes and then we can get started. But right after this session, we will have a presentation from Keith, who will give a high-level conference takeaways, and we will then have a closing by the chair of the board, Uganda Communications Commission, Dr. Charity Basaza Mlenga, who is here with us. And right after these three presentations, I still encourage us to go by the exhibition booths, some interesting conversations or deals, but also for us to experience what is already there. We have a QR code up there and also on your tables. Please scan that QR code and give us honest feedback. Because next year, we probably may overturn and overhaul the structure of this conference. I know a number of you have already walked to me with suggestions of what you would like, you wished was part of this, but was not, or things you thought could have been enhanced, but we were not able to. Being the first, I hope you will also have the humility not to judge us extremely harshly. Because we will say, if you knew, I've had those conversations with some people, they say, if you knew that you're going for this, why didn't you do this? I'm like, wait. Easy does it. And so, give us feedback, candid, and I'll ask you to take a moment. Please scan. If your phone has, looking by the looks here, your phone capabilities are top-notch. But if you're out of range, there's a QR code closer to you at your table that you can scan. But we want as much as you can give us in terms of feedback. So apologies, Japheth, that I had to get you running up. But I thought I'd already informed the team here, the audience, that we're going to have a conversation around cross-sector collaboration in cybersecurity, challenges and opportunities. And I always want to start with the positive side. I really want to start from the opportunities. Like I said, we have Isaac from academia, or working within the main research ecosystem. Martin comes from a government perspective, and then Japheth comes from a private sector or infrastructure provider perspective. And I really want to open it up that way. Having listened the last 2 days, the things, the conversations, the questions that have come through, the corridor talks, and I'm pretty sure you've had also one-on-one conversations with a number of people that have walked to you. Where do you see the opportunities tomorrow? Not 6 months, tomorrow. Or as we live today, where are the opportunities that you feel this conference has been able to ably present? So I'll start with you, Japheth. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Michael, for this very important question. I actually, we have no choice first as players in this industry, but to collaborate. Because if you look at a scenario today, whereby if your phone is stolen in Uganda, by the time you check where it is, they must have crossed the border within an hour or two. So that means the people who are in this cybersecurity space are not sleeping. They have a big network. I'll give you a scenario. The last major impact we had in the money space was I think in 2022, whereby through an intrusion by one of our partners, somebody was able to hack into the system and do some processing. By the time we were looking at where those payments had gone, by the time you are looking at your agent network, majority of the money had gone to Safaricom in Kenya, in M-Pesa. that night, the night when the transaction happened, we had all those when we traced the money, we could trace a lot of money in Kenya. Some of them had already moved from mobile money in Kenya now into banking. And it's because they know that it's not easy. Once you move it 3-4 times, it becomes very difficult. Therefore, for me, the collaboration that we are talking about is something that we have to do. And many losses we have incurred. If you want to know how this collaboration, important this collaboration is, many losses we have incurred in the country today could have been stopped if we shared information openly. Sometimes I have seen, and we always discuss this within the PSPA, Payment Service Providers Association, where you find an employee has been fired by an organization because of fraud. And the same employee, within a day, is hired by another organization. And he commits exactly the same fraud within another 6 months or so. This is because we are not sharing the information. So we could actually avoid a lot of fraud if, for example, we were sharing information. When I look at the other area where the advantages we have, we are in different level of maturity in terms of cybersecurity. You find that in the fintech space, we have, for example, big operators that have matured in terms of cybersecurity because of the learnings they pick from their global partners and also the experiences they have had in the past. But we have also small players in the market. So the collaboration actually could uplift those small entrants, those fintechs and those other ecosystem players that do not have that experience so that we are in the same level. So again, collaboration is going to help us as an industry to make sure that everybody is at a certain level of maturity in terms of cyber security. So maybe at this point, I would just like to stop here so that they can give the other participants a chance to share. But collaboration is a must-do for us as an industry.
Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. And it looks like there's one thing that has been emphasized here, collaboration. And I guess the thought that I have, or the reflection that I have, and it's one of the things I'm going to ask you, what are the basic steps? Where do we start? So reflect on it. But let's go to Isaac regarding the opportunities that you see out of this conversation.
Thank you. I think the biggest thing that I'm going to still mention is collaboration as the opportunity that we can see. I think as RENU and as people dealing in the research sphere, it's something that you can't do without. You definitely need to collaborate with different institutions, different universities, for you to actually come up with impactful research. So that's the biggest impact. But also, if you look at it from the cybersecurity perspective, it's impossible for you to deal with threats alone. It's easier for you to deal with them if you're sharing across spaces. I think we've seen such opportunities now with partners that we're affiliated with. UGSAT, for instance, in June, shared a report on a couple of incidents that we've been experiencing. They also continuously keep on sending these monthly reports to us. So that's just one way in which collaboration is now not being talked about, but actually being operationalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin?
Thank you, Michael. One of the biggest misconceptions that we have as usually big players, that when we collaborate with the small players, we are more or less helping them. Okay? We are helping them, we are CSR, whatever, and so on. That's a very big misconception. I usually point it out by an example of what happened to Uganda recently. For a situation, have something comes up in Congo, now it is slowly propagating to Uganda. Uganda is top-notch in terms of Ebola control. But you are being bundled with Congo. You're shaking off Congo. Congo has become Congo for you. You know, situation not that bad in your area, but you're being careful because the other side has no capacity, but you are not reaching out there to help them. So you cross the border, still the Congolese need the service, the health service. So a few people will just pop in inside yours. Okay? So there is a flow your side for the services. Until you said, okay, we've crossed the border, let's put response centers in Congo that can be managed there. Now, that, bringing it back here, that is self-defense. If you are going to collaborate, especially with the small players, you're basically improving self-defense posture. You sort out all the issues the other side before you actually face them. So the opportunity for collaboration, improvement of our self-defense posture. Clearly, if we collaborate and we do not isolate ourselves as big players, then even the cost of us investment in our cybersecurity infrastructure reduces because, I mean, you're sorting problems from far. So I think that is a very big opportunity that we should not leave on the table.
Interesting perspective. So what I'm taking from Martin is that if we are going to pull this off, everybody must be on the table.
Absolutely.
And
Be
and
open.
and it can't just be your big third-party vendors who are supplying you, because even the one who walks into your space needs to have, and I see this in some of these public buildings that you access. The first thing we're looking for is a public Wi-Fi. Now, I'm not talking about you guys. But the essence is that by making your Wi-Fi accessible, you're exposing. By me who comes into your space as a vendor, but spends more time in all these public cafes interfacing, there's a lot of stuff that I'm carrying on my device that I have no idea about. But if I'm educated, if I'm empowered, then I know the things that I need to pay attention to. So ideally, all hands on deck. That's what I'm hearing from you. Jeff, it looks like you want to add something to it.
Yeah, I just wanted maybe to to step back because I know there is the question you wanted us to try and tackle. I don't know whether we have reached that point where you wanted us to say what we do from now going forward.
So please go
I
for
think
it.
I can pick it from there.
Yeah.
I think for me today, I feel like we have started at the right point. First of all, to acknowledge that cybersecurity is a threat, not only to individual institutions, but to all of us who are the players in the industry. But first, acknowledging that that is the problem is the first step in solving this problem. Two, we have to build a lot of trust. And I will tell you why. Because usually sometimes we look at ourselves as both competitors and sometimes we are complementing each other. So how then do we build the trust that if I share the information, it will only be used for the right purpose? And the reason why I give the example of know your employee as a big issue for us is because people feel like maybe this guy was so good that let me hire without having to consider why he left the organization. So that information sharing can help in that. The other thing that we are lacking and we have to build as an industry is a platform for real-time data sharing. There is no platform today where we can actually be able to go and pick the information. For example, I will tell you what we have done in the last 1 year. We have actually agreed in principle as Uganda Bankers Association and payment service providers to share the information of all the fraudsters or all the cybersecurity companies. But then after we share that information and is stored by FIA today, then we do not have now APIs, we do not have a way of extracting that information to use it to make informed decisions. So there is need for us to build a robust system where as a country, as the players, we can be able to share information and consume the same information that we have. So in us doing all this, because the biggest thing that we are lacking today is still trust. We said our customers are lacking the trust in our system. Also, we might be lacking the trust among ourselves. So we need to, once we build that trust, we have a platform where the information is shared openly, and I don't look at it as a way of giving one partner a competitive advantage. It will work for us. 3, none of us want to report ourselves to some of the fraud that happens because you might end up getting penalties from the regulator. You see, you find that nobody wants to disclose when their system is breached. And the first thing that you do when your system has a breach, where you first of all go defensive, and you try to see which system, who failed, instead of looking at what did we not do at that level. And because reporting might expose you as an organization or as an institution to fines and penalties, you find there is a holding back when the cybersecurity happens. I will ask in this room, apart from one day, I think when our IT Sulaiman presented how we got affected in the year 2012, nobody else has ever shared how they got hacked into their system. And the reason why we shared with the industry was that time to show them that actually the problem was not on our system. Somebody was able to log in through another system and do all the damages that were caused. And it's during that time that we completely moved from the kind of integrations that we had to create open APIs and secure the system. Because we discovered for you to be secure, you need everybody who is within your ecosystem to be secure. And that has helped us because in the last 2 years, we can now sleep comfortably, knowing that our system is secured. The biggest challenge we are facing, and I will stop at this point, is, and I said it yesterday, that we seem to have sorted out most of the system-related vulnerabilities. We have people vulnerabilities. If you look at all the social engineering happening today, whether it is in banking, whether it's in mobile money, whether it's in fintech, it's assisted by somebody who is either an employee or somebody who is either an agent. Somebody has to give the information because it doesn't make any sense. You deposit 1 million shillings or 5 million and you get calls from the fraudster. It tells you something is broken somewhere. Apart from that, that's why I'm saying there's a lot to share, but then also we need a platform where this information can be posted by everybody and everybody can plug into that system in order to be able to make informed decisions. That's what I can submit for now.
And I guess what I'm hearing is kudos, and I think you're speaking a language that we need to be bold enough to say that. What I'm hearing is, can we create a learning ecosystem, not, and I hope I'm speaking the right things here, not a, how do I put it, not a punishment ecosystem. And if that makes sense, that I feel if I share, I won't be reprimanded, but rather from sharing, what are we learning? And if, for one reason or the other, there is fault, then I can also take responsibility for the fault. If I'm hearing right, that if collaboration is going to happen, it's also going to ensure that we are willing to learn as much as possible and improve on the go. So call for agility. Sometimes, and I'm pretty sure quite a number of us have our parents or have people we are looking after. When your child knows that failing is not punishable, they are happy to share even when they are not doing well. But once they know that there is a certain mark that below which you can never open your mouth, you will have to force it out of them. And I've attended some school meetings where parents, when we have class days, You can see conversations that are, and you're like, there's some serious conversation. And then there are those who are, you can see that the conversation is flowing. The parent is conversating with the teacher and the child, implying that that environment there is conducive. They are willing to learn from their mistakes and improve. But again, that creates another dimension that we need to reflect on deeply from a regulator perspective that works within the confines of the law that is set, and probably we are now in 2026, but the law predates maybe 5 years ago. How do we also keep that environment agile? Not the very easiest, but it's something that we also need to reflect on as a takeaway, because the environment we're operating in is not static. I'd like to hear from you, Isaac.
Thank you. I think you've mentioned trust. I think after you're establishing trust, I think something that you really need to also establish is resilience. We've spoken quite a lot about cyber resilience, and my colleague just mentioned the different roles that everyone should actually play when they begin talking about collaboration. Similarly, when you begin talking about resilience, it's important for you to ensure each sector is actually playing its role. You already have the universities that are already producing that are developing that talent, and they're also working on different research. But also you have work that is also going on in government. We have the National Cybersecurity Strategy that came out, the National Information Security Framework. All that is work that each sector is playing, and of which all that information is actually key for us if we begin speaking of building cyber resilience as a nation. Thank you.
And Isaac, I also want you to talk about cyber resilience from a human capital perspective as an opportunity area. How do we learn together? How do we build this human capital together? Because the truth is, there are all sorts of certifications, there are all sorts of trainings going on, but we are all assuming that we know what is required. And I'll be very honest with you. So how do we build this as part of as part of resilience? How do we build a human capital together?
I think the major starting point is, first of all, looking out for people that we already have in the space, those that we look up to within the cybersecurity space. That is a very good ground for you to actually be able to build up your cyber skills, but also engaging, because now we see more and more capture the flag competitions being developed by different organizations. Earlier on in the panel discussion that we had, Emmanuel shared that Milima as well also has a CTF that they do run. Similarly, Reno does the same thing, but being able to share such opportunities to students, to different people that are interested in the cybersecurity sphere is a very good ground for us to begin building human capital.
Thank you. Thank you. Martin? What do we start with tomorrow?
The positive part that the hindrance is collaboration is necessarily technical. So that would, if it was, then that would be a hindrance for us to collaborate.
Maybe get closer because you're breaking a bit here.
The biggest challenge not technical. So we are looking at, Japheth has hinted on trust. And maybe another issue is having different priorities. Looking at cybersecurity with different goals. You have a financial, for example, a bank. And for them, their aim is not to be in the next headline. Then you have a regulator who says, oh, we need situational awareness have two conflicting goals in there. So I think from here, we should be able to engage and be able to come to a middle ground. You can have some SOPs or something like that that takes care of interests of all the actors. In that way, we should be able to find it very easy for us to collaborate. That's something we should try out.
Thank you, Martin. And so I'm going to flip this a little bit and create a middle layer before we go to, maybe let's listen to the challenges. What do you think is going to, what are the things that we need to pay attention to that could be, I think you start from you've started on the challenges bit.
Okay.
What are the things that we need to lift?
Yeah. The biggest one is building trust. And of course, there is always fear that when information crosses my space, I have no control over it. And I would think once the trust is built, the rest just runs smoothly. That's the biggest.
Okay. Trust and the rest runs. Isaac, what are those things that you probably want to have to first get a board clearance to say anything or commit to anything?
I think, just like you said, trust, but then I also think that the fact that it's hard for us to accept that I've actually been hacked to begin with is already a challenge enough. The moment we start accepting such challenges and being open that indeed we've actually been hacked and be able to share maybe what we actually did, we shall simply keep on collaborating, but we shall just keep on speaking it, but not actually operationalizing it.
David?
Yeah, I think I'm, I was trying to imagine the kingdom, the Kabaka king, his idea of Vision 2030 of eradicating HIV and the things he said, that the boy child and men need to test. I know there is a reason why that terminology that was used is because actually we need to take a conscious decision because now we live as an ecosystem whereby everybody who is a participant tests their systems and make sure that they are cyber secure before even you think about, because for you to protect the ecosystem, you have to protect yourself first. So we need to go back, step back as an industry again. First of all, at the institutional level, you make sure that you have tested your ecosystem, your systems before you plug into the other systems. And also for the other people who are accepting integration or interfacing with other players in the ecosystem, I think we need to have a robust way of testing. And I know yesterday it was a compromise between IT and commercial, because commercial would like things to move very fast, but IT would like things to be secure because they have always been blamed for the losses. So I'm thinking if today, if we stepped back and we left here with one takeaway that first of all, we need to make sure that we test our systems properly to make sure that we are cyber secure. And then you also have to test thoroughly when somebody is integrating. Just like couples will test for HIV before they marry, because you don't want to go into marriage and then you start having complications that you did not have. You can actually almost relate cyber attack to what is happening when you imagine about families and HIV, whereby one infection spreads and kills the entire generation, is the same that happens when an attack happens in our ecosystem. So step back, test, and then when you're integrating a third party, please make sure that you test, create secure APIs so that you are able to defend your system.
Interesting. The one thing I've picked out of this conference is we are not short of analogies. Somebody delivered the spare tire analogy, and he's back in the room. Peter, which other one do you have today? None. Okay. This morning we had, what was the other one we had today? Not spare tire. Generator. Now today, this afternoon, there is an HIV version. So if there is anything you take away from here, is that tech guys can also have analogies and they speak English, not just code. With that, I want to challenge us, and probably as we wind this conversation down, leadership. Leadership is very broad. If you're to have a conversation with your MD, your board, Monday, out of this conference, what will your message be to the leaders?
This conference certainly has been enriching for the leaders who are in here, who thought that they can do it all their own. I think now you're thinking twice, because your budget is just going to be increasing, trying to fight fire comes. So the message to a leader is that do not try to do it all yourself. Partner with people. Your cost of doing it, use. So that is message really the decision makers have to put in their the back of their minds when they are planning for their cybersecurity infrastructure upgrade and so on.
Isaac?
The message I would deliver is one that cybersecurity is not optional, mandatory, you need it, and also to accept as MDs and CEOs that in an organization you are actually the head of security and not the person that you position as the head of cybersecurity. I once attended a conference 2 years ago in Tanzania, and that was the key takeaway actually, that as CEOs and MDs, the one thing we need to accept is that we are actually the head of security. But also that cybersecurity is hard to quantify and actually measure. You can't put a measure on an attack that your cybersecurity engineer helped mitigate. So it becomes important for you to actually be able to, it's actually important for you to understand or have an idea of basic cybersecurity threats, and also in turn it also helps you it helps you guide budget discussions much more easily, because you have an idea of what you want, and using the technical team that you have, it's easier for you to now work on solutions that you can utilize to actually be able to combat those cyber threats that we face now.
Thank you, Isaac. Jafet.
Yeah. I will speak the MD because I'm one. I'm not actually in IT. First,
So Javed, I have a different question for you. What conversation will you have with yourself?
Exactly. I think what I will do from today, because there's a lot of learnings that are picked here, is to make sure that everybody in the organization understands that cybersecurity is no longer an IT issue. Because there was a lot of, if you look at many organizations, including where I work, when there is a cyber attack, there is always a focus on why did your IT allow us to be attacked? What is this that you never picked and you've been telling us that we are secure? So from today I have discovered this is no longer an IT issue. And one thing that I will do differently going forward is I will have a cross-functional team that picks everybody from every function that is going to enable us now to put the cybersecurity in the center of everything that we do. Because yesterday we picked that we need to include or consider cybersecurity at the point of when you are designing products, when you are designing systems, we need to make sure that cybersecurity is at the center of everything that we do. So one of the things that I'm going to do going forward is instead of looking at it from discussing cybersecurity with IT, I will have a cross-functional team that has everybody from customer care, operations, everybody incorporated, because this is how we will be able to protect ourselves.
And can we give a round of applause for that? Because, and back to you, Japheth, what is that one message to your colleague MDs and CEOs, probably board chairs and those who sit on boards, that you want to give them, even those who are not here, that if they ever get to see this, they will know it came from a colleague. Because one thing I've come to appreciate about human beings, we are peer, like if it is an MD who has said it, then I want to listen. If it's a Michael, they say, that boy who is always on, who has said it matters. So, what is your message to your colleague, MDs, CEOs, here and out of here? And also, probably the boards, because I know, and I'll tell you why. I recently joined a board, and I didn't know that the reason they were hiring me was because it was an IT. And my introduction was, now that you're here, our IT, I was told them, I said, but you're not hiring me as your IT manager. But that sense of, we now have somebody on the board who knows IT. We are sorted. Much more than that. So I'm spending more time educating my colleagues why these things matter, why I need to talk about them. And they reach a point and like, Michael, that is enough. That's the reason we brought you on this board. Japheth, over to you.
To the MDs and the board, first, there is no way any institution can be able to deliver a digital ecosystem as a standalone institution. It means you have to partner and you have to work with everyone who is a player in the industry. There is no 10x economy by 2040 in Uganda unless we build a joint ecosystem. This joint ecosystem will require us to be very, very deliberate in how we tackle the cybersecurity, because it is the biggest risk that we carry today. We cannot leave cybersecurity as an issue of IT department. It's not a departmental issue. It's not even an institutional issue. It's a global issue that we have to tackle together. So my ask is all of us, let's first of all keep our house in order, ensure that we protect ourselves and then protect the other players in the ecosystem. And for us to do that, the cybersecurity should be something that the entire organization should take very seriously. It should be from the cleaner who is cleaning in the organization to the topmost person should take cybersecurity as an issue, because you'll be shocked. Every time you enter the gate, you key in, you leave your information at the gate by entering. Most of the organizations have that book where you have to write the details. That could be the source of the cyber security issue, because they can tell who is entering that building, and then you have left your number. Sometimes you have left the details. That can expose you in the organization. So it is important for everybody, from the person at the gate all the way to topmost person, to understand what the cyber security is all about and make sure that they work towards protecting the organization. That's what I can say.
And at the point, that's where they say, drops the mic. Can we give him a round of applause? Because I think for me, it's as well that we had somebody at that level. Your parting shots, gentlemen. Out of the 2 days, what is this that you're living with and what is one thing that you'd want to see change come 2027?
I think the most important thing is that we continue the conversation out of here.
Okay.
Let's not wait for the next conference. By the time we come back,
He has had.
by the time we come back, we should be talking about accomplishments in terms of what we discussed.
Very precise and clear. So we need to create an avenue where the conversation continues beyond just the 2 days. Thank you, Martin.
Yes. So come next year, this still, but I think the discussions should now change. I think our biggest discussion has been collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. I think next year we should now be talking about what we've actually operationalized, the partnerships that we've actually been able to make in this room, and the work that we've actually been able to do together as a team. So at least we should be having some presentations on what we've actually done together. We should be able to see things that, tangible things that we can actually look back and say that the inaugural National Cybersecurity Conference was fruitful. And now the second one, we are now discussing operationalization of what we discussed in the first. Thank you.
Jafet?
Mine, I think there is a lot of discussions that we have had in the last 2 days, and this was very, very, very timely because it's the time that we are all of us discussing the digital ecosystems. It will be good if from this workshop people become more open, because all the institutions here in one way or the other have suffered, but they suffer in silence, so that we have volunteers who can be able to share what kind of either attack they suffered, and it can help us to protect ourselves, because the more we share, the more we are able to be proactive in defending our organizations. So I would really, I don't know whether I want to say appreciate, I would really like to see more sharing, and by the time we meet in the next year, maybe same time, we have a couple of organizations that have shared some of the challenges they might have suffered and how they went about stopping them, or how they went about them, so that then we can pick those learnings and strengthen our systems. That's what I can share at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't thank you enough for allowing me to moderate this session. I think for me, the one thing that I would really want to see is more non-tech leaders in this room. We did a good job, and I think we've done a fairly good job to have a few of us who are not from the tech, but majority of us are tech. I think one of you walked to me and said, most of the things you're talking about, we know. I said, okay. I said, you should have said, I know. But the truth is that for this message to resound and go beyond these walls, and for people to implement, we also need to have more non-tech CEOs in our presence. And finally, I think listening from what has been captured, how do we continue the engagement? And those are avenues that we will think through to make sure that this is not lost here. With that, allow me to extend and request you to extend a hand of applause to our 3 gentlemen. And thank you for your time. You've all had photos before, so probably we'll pause this. We'll pass. But we can take just one last photo as a panel. Who will take us through what has been captured over the last 2 days, and then we'll go into the closing phase of this session.
Good morning, everyone. Just making sure you're still with me. Thank you. Thank you, Michael, for that. Once again, good afternoon this time. I'm Keith Bamwesije. I am here to present our accountability framework. And by accountability, I would like to say, before I actually dive in, Dr. Niyitegeka asked me when we were preparing for this event, he said, Keith, you've invited over 200 people. I hope it's not one of those things that you people as government do, just inviting us for a meal, we bank abozi about cybersecurity for actions following this meeting. So, my job over these 2 days with the other team members has been to capture what we agree on and what we shall be tailing from this event. Sorry. I jumped just. Yep. Sorry about that. Yes, so I will be detailing the key takeaways, because next year at the same forum, we want to take accountability and we intend to come back and check progress against what we've agreed on today. The single biggest message from day one has been a mindset shift. Every speaker, from the ED to the panelists, everyone has mentioned 3 key issues: collaboration, resilience, and trust. I mean, for all the panels that we've had and the speeches, it's the same message all through. Allow me point you to one key area. Again, as a country, we've become very tech-savvy. The industry has grown. Even on the global indices, there have been some wins. However, there are 2 numbers that should sit with each and everyone in this room. Malware functions, which is the 1.5 to 1.41, there is progress, but the sector security rating is still only basic. Allow me point you to the red figure that we are seeing, which is speaking to our exposure in terms of devices. Our smartphone penetration is growing. The earlier presenters showed you how we now have over 10 million WhatsApp users and 11 million TikTok users. So our vulnerabilities are going to grow by the day. So what that means is that our digital growth is actually outpacing our defenses. Allow me speak to 9 themes that we think we should carry ahead as industry players, as government, and the different people that sat in here. Before I get to the commitments that we are going to make, here is a quick map of the 9 themes that tied the 2 days together. 1, collaboration is key. It is a journey that we all have to work together as private sector, as government, operators, banking, healthcare, name it. Number 2, we can only get better if we future-proof our networks by testing them, testing resilience. Fourth, we have skills that are our single biggest gap. That was our weakest area also in the global index. We need to ratify treaties and harmonize our laws, and also keep consumers at the heart of everything. Many people spoke about educating the public, above and beyond keeping the conversation very techy. How can we break down cybersecurity above and beyond the boardroom? Many of us have a border guy. Do they understand what cybersecurity means? If it's my grandmother down in Rukunjiri, if someone asks her about her mobile PIN, will she actually ably share it? You know, these are all conversations that we are looking at. And now on to the areas of action. So we've discussed so many issues. However, we've collapsed these into 6 key areas. First, a national cyber crisis and information sharing coordination framework is very pertinent. One agreed way for the country to coordinate and share information when a major incident strikes. We are still moving in silos. Today, BOU is doing this, tomorrow it's the commission, the other day it's banking, so we need this information sharing coordination framework. Second is a standing committee to share intelligence, not a public gathering like this one, but a trusted and named committee that meets regularly and behind closed doors, because the most sensitive intelligence is shared face-to-face. Third is a national cybersecurity resilience exercise. What would happen in the eventuality of a threat? How prepared are we? How are we future-proofing our networks? Number 4, we must map the ecosystem. We need to know who the critical infrastructure players are. Do we have these contacts on speed dial? What are the different processes? What frameworks do we have in place in coordinating and mapping the whole ecosystem in case of an eventuality? Number 5, yes, we have specific legal and regulatory frameworks in place, but it's still hazy. Right now, the honest question is, what do we report, when, and how much? On my part in the UCC, I'm counting numbers by the day, how many active subscribers. But this has been an enlightenment in terms of what are the incidents reports like. You know, above and beyond my day-to-day work, it should reflect similar to you as players in the ecosystem. Lastly is the accountability for cybersecurity. It is not enough to identify a risk or receive a report. The question is, how do we ensure a reported risk has actually been mitigated? So these are our different calls to action. So what we've also done is we've broken down the different priorities of action in terms of government and private players. Those are the 7 and the different players. And then we've also gone further to break them down, private sector and academia, as well as the regulator, government, and security. So allow me end this here. We are going to share the conference proceedings, but above and beyond that, each of us has a role to play. Most importantly, we wanted to have the conversation above and beyond just this forum. We are going to share the report. We are going to share our areas of action. And I would imagine the executive director, the board of UCC, our directors, Christine, and the whole UCC team will hold us accountable to say, okay, Keith, what next? Above and beyond this. I would like to pledge that we shall coordinate this and have follow-up areas of action above and beyond this event next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I can promise that the next 1 or 2 weeks we'll have a more detailed presentation of the report. And I am speaking on behalf of Ronald, that otherwise they will say, have you started working for UCC? But I am part of this conference, and I want to make sure that what we promise we deliver. And so, yes, we will have a detailed conference report that pins out most of the things that we've been able to share. Allow me now to invite our Director Legal, Ms. Susan Wegoi, to come and present this flex to our sponsors. with your permission, Madam, please come and do that, and then we'll have our chair of the board come to close us. So first is TowerCo. Let's put our hands together for TowerCo of Africa. Rock, representative of Rock. Rendu, representative of Rendu. Isaac, probably will come back to it. Thank you very much.
Also have a token of appreciation for our convener who has been coordinating the conference, Michael.
Clap again, guys, because this is. Thank you. And it's now my pleasure to invite Christine to come and briefly, as lead convener, to speak to us and invite the chair of the board to close us out.
For being here for 2 days. I hope your businesses are still secure, especially those of us who have our money. Yeah, you have our money, so we have been eyeing you throughout this conference. Yeah, but it has been a very exciting. On behalf of our board chair, Dr. Charity Basaza, who is here, Mulenga, the Bank of Uganda, who were a key partner, and the governor, Dr. Michael Atigi, was here and delivered a very good keynote. Our executive director, Honorable Nyombi Tembo. We had our Minister of State for ICT also come in, and all the other CEOs, representatives who have been here throughout the 2 days, the different constituents that you represent, whether it's students, academia, private sector, security, intelligence, even some hackers, I suppose, innovators and researchers. Thank you so much for being here. We have enjoyed the conversations, and for us as UCC, we take this as we have been talking about learning. This being the inaugural conference, we have learned. I would want to say up front, one of the main lessons we learned from day one is that women were not well represented on the panels, yeah? But what was discussed represented women because cybersecurity does not discriminate. So there are no algorithms that say, if you are a woman, it will not keep you safe. But we take that feedback, and it was not intentional. We know that there are ladies who are in this space, and we thank you for being in that space. And definitely, there will be a check in the next cybersecurity conference to see that that happens, and many other feedback that we have got. So I think we have heard very well. We saw the report of the takeaways. We have been talking to ourselves, and we are going to be the actual actors. So I hope if there's anything we have learned is that cybersecurity is not a UCC issue. I hope we have learned that. It's not a regulatory issue. It's not government etuyambe. It is not but it's all of us together. It's a shared responsibility, and I liked the last panel and the commitments that were made, really demonstrating personal responsibility. So let's get to work. We'll check in, continue the conversations, and at the end of the day, I hope our eyes have been opened to see that as you go about your day-to-day work, even as an individual, you have a vested interest in secure telecom, secure finances, because away from your jobs, you also use these channels and systems to make your life easier and stay connected. And so it's those lenses that we should use. I hope we thank our sponsors, we thank the exhibitors, and I hope that you have had opportunity to network. I hope you are not waiting for instructions that talk to so-and-so, so-and-so. If you did, then you just missed also another opportunity. So I hope you've had opportunities to network with the different panelists and engage and follow up those discussions. So with those few remarks, allow me to invite the chairperson of the board of Uganda Communications Commission, who has been with us yesterday and also today. And this actually demonstrates that cybersecurity is at the top of the institution. I don't know if it demonstrates that she will fall on the sword. We remember that question. Or someone else will follow on it. She will let us know, but let's put our hands together and invite Dr. Charity Basaza Mlenga to give the closing remarks and to close. Yeah, thank you very much.
Once upon a time, there lived a very wise man who many of us know as King Solomon. And in the Holy Scriptures, we are told that this is what he wrote. The end of a matter is always better than its beginning. And that puts pressure on me, given that I have to give the closing remarks. There is a lot of truth in that scripture. And ultimately, what we do after we leave this conference, what is very important. to the chief executive officers and representatives of licensed operators, representatives of the security and law enforcement agencies, representatives of the financial sector, academia, civil society, and development partners, cybersecurity professionals, innovators, and young people, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my privilege, on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Uganda Communications Commission, to join you as we conclude this inaugural National Cybersecurity Conference. Over the last 2 days, we have heard about the tremendous opportunities presented by Uganda's growing digital economy. We have also been reminded of the risks that come with increased connectivity, digital financial services, cloud technologies, artificial intelligence, and the growing dependence of our institutions and citizens on digital systems. The discussions have covered technology, regulation, cybercrime, incident response, capacity building, child online protection, and emerging threats. But as we close, I would like to focus on 2 issues, which in my view cut across everything we have discussed. Cybersecurity is often discussed as a technical matter. We speak about firewalls, malware, vulnerabilities, encryption, ransomware, threat intelligence, and incident response. These are important, but behind every technical decision is ultimately a governance decision. Who accepted the risk? Who allocated the resources? Who decided whether a critical system should be upgraded? Who ensured that an identified vulnerability was addressed? Who asked whether the organization could continue operating following a serious cyber incident? Those are not merely questions for the ICT department. They are questions for boards, chief executive officers, accounting officers, and senior management. Cybersecurity must therefore be understood as a matter of governance, institutional resilience, and accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, boards have a particular responsibility. Our role is not to configure systems or investigate individual incidents. Our responsibility is to ensure that the organizations we oversee understand their risks, establish appropriate controls, provide adequate resources, and hold management accountable for protecting critical systems, services, and information. A board should therefore be able to ask management, what are our most critical digital assets? What are the major cyber risks facing this institution? What would happen if our systems were unavailable for 1 day, 3 days, or 1 week? When was our incident response plan last tested? Have vulnerabilities identified in our systems actually been addressed? Are our people adequately trained? And perhaps most importantly, if a serious cyber incident occurred tonight, would the organization know what to do tomorrow morning? If boards cannot obtain clear answers to these questions, then cybersecurity governance requires strengthening. Cyber risk should therefore be visible in board discussions. It should be reflected in institutional risk registers. It should influence investment decisions. It should form part of business continuity and enterprise risk management. And management should regularly report to boards on cybersecurity posture, incidents, vulnerabilities, mitigation measures, and emerging threats. Cybersecurity cannot become a board issue only after an incident has occurred. Governance must be proactive. Distinguished delegates, as chairperson of the Commission's board, I am also pleased that UCC has progressively translated this governance responsibility into practical capability. Through UGSAT, the Commission has established mechanisms for monitoring threats affecting the communications sector, sharing cyber threat intelligence, coordinating incident response, and supporting licensed operators to strengthen their cybersecurity posture. So our message from the board is simple. We recognize the progress, but we must now accelerate it. There is an important lesson behind many of the achievements I have just mentioned. None of them can be achieved by UCC acting alone. The improvement in sector cybersecurity has required cooperation from licensed operators. Threat intelligence has value because institutions are willing to receive it, analyze it, and act upon it. Cyber drills have value because organizations participate openly and learn from one another. Incident reporting has value because operators are willing to share what they are seeing. And awareness succeeds only when government, industry, schools, families, and citizens participate. This brings us to perhaps the most important lesson from this conference. Even the strongest institution cannot secure itself in isolation. Our digital systems are interconnected. Telecommunications networks support banking. Banking platforms depend upon communications infrastructure. Government services depend on networks, data centers, applications, and digital identity systems. Businesses increasingly depend upon cloud platforms and digital payment systems. Citizens interact across all of these systems every day. A weakness in one part of this ecosystem can therefore have consequences elsewhere. For this reason, collaboration is not simply desirable. It is a requirement for national cyber resilience. We need collaboration across governments, between regulators. We need stronger cooperation between telecommunications operators and financial institutions. We need collaboration between the public and private sectors. We need stronger engagement between industry and academia. And Uganda must continue strengthening cooperation with regional and international partners. But meaningful collaboration requires trust. Institutions must be willing to share information about threats. They must report incidents in a timely manner. They must participate in joint exercises. They must learn from one another. And they must understand that sharing information about a cyber threat is not an admission of failure. It's a contribution to collective resilience. Sometimes an organization may hesitate to report an incident because it fears reputational damage. But let us ask ourselves, what is more damaging? The fact that an institution experienced a cyber attack, or the fact that others could have been protected, that others could have protected themselves but were never warned? That is the culture we must change. Ladies and gentlemen, the Uganda Communications Commission has an important convening responsibility. Through its regulatory mandate and through sector SAT, the Commission must continue bringing together telecommunications operators, government institutions, cybersecurity professionals, and other stakeholders to strengthen Uganda's communication sector. As a board, we will continue supporting investment in these capabilities, but we will also continue demanding results. We expect stronger sector monitoring, timely sharing of actionable threat intelligence, improved incident coordination, regular cyber drills and simulation exercises. We expect licensed operators to implement appropriate cybersecurity controls and address identified vulnerabilities. We also expect continued investment in cybersecurity skills and capacity. And importantly, we expect the Commission itself to demonstrate the same standards of cybersecurity governance and resilience that it requires from the sector. Regulation must begin with credibility. As our technology environment changes, so must our capabilities. Artificial intelligence will create enormous opportunities, but it will also change how attacks are designed and delivered. Digital financial services will continue expanding. More government services will move online. More devices will become connected, and our dependence on communications infrastructure will only increase. We must therefore invest not only in technology, but also in people. Boards must understand cyber risk. Executives must understand cyber risk. Technical teams must continuously update their skills. Employees must understand their responsibilities. Universities must produce the talent that Uganda requires. And citizens must know how to protect themselves online. Cybersecurity awareness cannot therefore be a once-a-year activity. It must become part of our institutional and national culture. And I would encourage you to even take these conversations to our homes on the dining table, that cybersecurity is really ingrained in our society. As we leave this conference, I encourage us not to measure its success merely by the number of participants, presentations, or panel discussions. The real measure begins tomorrow. Will boards begin asking better questions about cybersecurity? Will management teams allocate adequate resources? Will institutions share threat intelligence more quickly? Will identified vulnerabilities actually be closed? Will operators strengthen areas of weakness? Will government institutions work more closely together? Will academia, government, and industry build stronger partnerships? Will we conduct more joint exercises? And when the next significant cyber incident occurs, will the relationships established at this conference enable Uganda to respond more quickly and more effectively? Those are the outcomes that matter. Let this inaugural National Cybersecurity Conference therefore represent more than an event. Let it mark the beginning of a stronger national culture of cybersecurity governance, accountability, and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, let us change the narrative about the glass house and the curtains. To my fellow board members and institutional leaders, I leave one message. Cybersecurity cannot be delegated away. We can delegate technical responsibilities. We cannot delegate accountability. And to all stakeholders represented here, cybersecurity cannot be achieved alone. Our institutions may have different mandates, but we operate within the same digital ecosystem. Our risks are interconnected. Our responsibilities are complementary, and our resilience will ultimately depend upon our ability to work together. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Uganda Communications Commission, I thank the Minister of ICT and National Guidance for government's leadership. I thank the Executive Director and the entire UCC team, particularly the cybersecurity team, for the work that has gone into organizing this inaugural conference and for the progress being made in strengthening cybersecurity within the communications sector. I would also like to express our sincere appreciation to all the sponsors and partners who have supported this inaugural National Cybersecurity Conference. I thank our licensed operators and other regulated entities for their continued cooperation. I thank our security agencies, government institutions, financial sector partners, academia, development partners, speakers, panelists, and exhibitors. And most importantly, I thank all of you for participating and contributing your expertise over the last 2 days. Let us leave here committed not simply to talking about cybersecurity, but to governing it better, investing in it appropriately, and collaborating more effectively. Because in an increasingly digital Uganda, cybersecurity is not merely an ICT responsibility. It is a board responsibility, it is a leadership responsibility, and cyber resilience is a shared national responsibility. With those remarks, it is my honor to declare the National Cybersecurity Conference 2026 officially closed. For God and my country, I thank you.
and gentlemen, I want to congratulate you for being here for 2 days and not complaining or attempting any protest. And now that we have come to the end, I wish us all well. Let's go and do 1 or 2 things out of this, and hopefully we'll be able to share our stories. I know there is tea and coffee that have been paid for, so please take them. But you can also go through, I would encourage us to use this time to also reach out to the exhibition and see what our partners are sharing. With that, it's been an honor and pleasure for me to be your program manager, director, and looking forward to 2027. Not sure that I will be here, but we shall be here in whatever way. God bless you.